Alright, looks like everything's fucking working. We're on our way to Long Beach right now, guys. First, what's up, Kyle? What's cracking, dog? Doggone it. Yo, 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 yo. There's a pursuit right now? Okay. We'll let the cops do their job. Where's the pursuit, though, by the way? I'm in the harbor area right now, so if it's like downtown, I'm a little bit out of bounds right now. Because we're going to Long Beach. We're gonna try eating some Burger King. Because I was talking mad shit about it. And so I'm gonna see if maybe I was hating a little bit too hard. They've been giving out some like free like Star Wars toys, so I'm like, okay, fuck it. I'll get some free gay Star Wars toys for a 7-year-old if I get that as like a little bonus to putting myself through the pain of eating Burger King. Kind of helps right the wrongs. So there's not a lot of 24-hour Burger Kings in LA, but the closest one to me was in Long Beach. So we're going to Eastside Long Beach. I think on Willow Street. Bro, try playing Minecraft. I used to play StarCraft, and I was never that good, but I always played Protoss, and maybe that's why I was never that great. I think Protoss might be the weakest race to play as. But yeah, I never really played Minecraft. I was more of a Protoss guy, and yeah, I basically lost every game I ever played. I never got that great at it. Maybe I'm just getting too old, have dementia. Soon I'll be sipping food through a straw. Near Pico? Yeah, but Pico and what? Pico's a pretty long street. Like Pico goes all the way to like the ocean. What club do you support in football? None. This is it. Since you said club and made a reference to football, I think you ought to know that I fucking hate soccer. I think it's the sport with that deserves the least amount of popularity. Men literally cry to force a foul in that sport. Or soccer, the most popular sport in the world, when these fully grown men cry and act and pretend to be in pain in order to help them gain an advantage on the other team. It's so gay. I can't watch it. You know what soccer reminds me of? Because it's like a widescreen view of the field, and you just see the soccer players kicking the ball around, and they're just like they're like tiny dots on the screen. I feel like I'm watching an ant farm. It's like, okay, maybe it's interesting for like the first like couple minutes, but after that I'm good. I have nothing against playing soccer, but I think watching professional soccer is just gay. It's like you wear like a soccer jersey, and it's like, yo, that dude cries every single time somebody like sneezes on him on the field. Like somebody pokes him and he just like pretends to have his ACL got torn. It's such a joke. And people just accept that. It's like, oh, well, that's part of the sport. I think there needs to be like some kind of like reform movement with soccer. It needs to change. Honestly, it's just embarrassing to watch. Like, just change that one thing and it would be like way more cool. Because it's like you have soccer players crying like little bitches on the field, but then you have like hockey players who You know, if they got a beef with another player, they take the gloves off and they start punching each other. It's like that's entertainment. That's testosterone. Okay? Like, you're gonna ask me, like, you know, you're gonna say, hey, you have a choice between watching a sport where men cry like girls or where men beat the shit out of each other and don't cry even if they break a bone. Which one do you think I'm gonna pick? Definitely not soccer. Sorry, you know, I'm just hating. I know. I do that a lot, but it's my channel, so I'm gonna speak my mind on things, and people aren't necessarily gonna like it, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh shit, my chat bot's like working. All right. Pico and Hoover. Oh, okay. So right by downtown and 18th Street. Yeah, but they're probably not there anymore, right? Because if it's a car chase, they're moving around. Honk. Is MMA gay? It's a little gay, but less gay than soccer. I mean, they're wearing like tights and stuff. So there is a little bit of an argument there, but you can make that argument for basically any contact sport because it's man on man touching. Maybe rugby's a little bit less gay because at least they're not wearing tights like American football players. But hey, you know what? Maybe all sports are gay. Maybe we should stop being distracted by things that are solely entertainment and focus on elevating ourselves. You feel me? You dig? Going back to Long Beach, good times. Hopefully we don't see somebody get ran over like we did the last time we were here. I don't think they ever called me for the footage of what happened. I don't think I ever got a phone call from them. It's weird. Do fentanyl. Hey, chill out. Chill out on that shit. Football is definitely gay by that logic. Which football? American football or like soccer? I just can't watch. I just don't think a lot of sports are that entertaining. Like, if you want to be objective about it, like American football, every single play that happens is like 10% of the actual content that you're watching. Most of it is them like walking back to their starting point, calling timeouts, watching commercials, calling flags, you know, looking at the cheerleaders, looking at the fans. It's like, can I just watch some actual fucking football? Or is it just gonna be fan cams, timeouts, watching these fucking athletes walk back to their marks at snail speed like they're a geriatric? Like, you're telling me that that's entertainment? It's like 90% nothing. Commercial, timeout, fucking talking heads yapping, the color commentators just bullshitting. And I'm supposed to be entertained by that? Like, I've never had fun watching football. I tried, I gave it a shot. You know, my dad's from Wisconsin, so like, you know, he tried to raise me as like a cheesehead or whatever. And I just never really went for it. You know, I LARPed as a cheesehead in 4th grade for my Halloween costume, and looking back, it's like, I didn't even like it. I just picked a Halloween costume because I didn't know what to be. But I was never a big football fan. It's like nothing's happening. What the fuck? Okay, oh, you know, incomplete pass. Now everybody's just gonna stroll on back and huddle. It's like, this is not a fucking sport. This is like very short intervals of action with a whole lot of just standing around and walking. Like, at least with MMA, it's like, it's not always super action-packed, but at least they're expected to do something for 5 minutes at a time straight in a cage, and they only get like 1 minute to have a water break with their corner. So, you know, I want shit going down, man. I want intensity. I want non-stop action. I don't want there to be fucking breaks. I don't know. I don't know how you football fans do it, man. I don't know. I always feel like I'm wasting my life away. You should stop by Louis Burgers in Long Beach. There's a Louis Burgers in Harbor Gateway that I like. What's up, Mike Shinoda? What's up? What's up? Hey, Mike. I fuck with Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park is actually pretty dope. So, I mean, I don't mind being called Mike Shinoda. I get it every single stream. Jeez. Hey, another rant incoming. Hey, I never thought that having like subwoofers in your car was cool. It's like, it's just obnoxiously loud, and I just look at you, I'm like, you're gonna be deaf by the time you're 40. Joke's on you. Doesn't even make you look cool, it's just annoying. It's like muffled farts. Who's impressed by that? Sup, bro? Drive safe. I try. Sometimes you can drive as safe as possible, as if Jesus Christ himself is like working as a traffic officer, but somebody still might run your ass over. You could do everything right, and then somebody just fucking kills you. Some drunk driver turns you into a fruit roll-up. All right.
What can I get for you?
Hi, can I get the barbecue bounty whopper with the Star Wars cup?
Which one?
Are you doing the Star Wars one?
But we don't have the cup and we don't have the bag either.
Oh, you ran out?
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, let me try the barbecue bounty whopper anyways, but I want to remove 2 things. I don't want pickles and I don't want cheese. Yeah, no pickles, no cheese. And make that a combo. Make that a meal, please.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it.
Okay, no rush.
You say the combo with no what?
No cheese and no pickles.
No cheese, no pickles. You got it. Medium or large?
I'll just take a medium.
And to drink?
Let me get a Dr. Pepper.
Okay, is that complete your order?
That will complete my order, yes.
1977. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do I have a doughy butt? Like, do I have a fat ass? No. No, I feel bad for my girl. She didn't get a guy with a decent ass, so. Hey, I'll work on it, but I can't really work on my ass right now anyways and do squats because I have a broken foot, so I'm a cripple. I'm a creep. No, I'm a cripple until I get my fucking boot off in 4 weeks. Show you my ass. Yeah, I don't see a super chat. I don't see any money, and I believe that somewhere within my text bots that there's a link to send a tip. So, I mean, how much would you pay an OnlyFans model to do something on command for you? You know, I don't sell out, but you know, who knows? Maybe if the price is right. You support my lesbian relationship with who? Lesbian relationship? Are you calling me a girl? You calling me a girl, motherfucker? Why do I hate cheese? 'Cause cheese deserves hate. It's literal mold. It's literal mold. A lot of it tastes gamey. The texture is like, it's like somebody melted plastic on your food. That's what it looks like. And it's like, oh, thanks for putting this fucking cancer on my food. Yeah, that's gonna really make my day better. Like, mac and cheese should be fucking banned. You never let me become dictator, because I will fucking cancel mac and cheese.
Is that complete your order?
Shut the fuck up about cheese. How about you shut the fuck up and leave my stream, bitch? Kamala Harris lover? What? Yeah, sure, dude. Why? Because I'm a lesbian? How do you get that? Because I live in LA? You know, not everybody's like super far left in LA. There's like 20 million people here.
I'm sorry? Yes, we go. Okay. 1877.
Okay, Apple Pay?
Is that complete your order? I'll fix out of the window, thank you.
Alright.
Any ketchup or sauce?
No thank you. Got my Dr. Pepper. Got my haters in the chat. We're off to a good start. Unc, you need that good ramen? Okay. Well, maybe you should become a streamer, then people can start tipping you.
No sauce or ketchup?
Nah, it's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Not your fault. Always got to be nice to your food service workers. Working at 2 in the morning on a Friday. I remember those days. I don't envy them. Always short-staffed on the night shifts, man. Be nice to the night shift people. Because one of them might be a tweaker and might take a dump in your food if you're disrespectful. You feel me? Okay. I'm gonna change my location a little bit, just in case I have a stalker out there. I think I got some weird people following me, so I don't want to get stream sniped by the wrong person. Did I end up getting pasta this week? Dude, I got food poisoning. I got pasta last night. I got food poisoning. I was throwing up all morning. Like, I had a hangover because I got this Japanese seltzer that was way too sweet. And then I think I got food poisoning from this burrata dish I ordered. I think they prepared the burrata on a dirty cutting board, and I got sick from it. Dude, I was so fucked up this morning. I puked like 12 times. I had such a bad headache, I couldn't sleep. Like, I fell asleep at like 11:30 and I woke up at 2. Had this splitting headache and then just started puking for like 5 hours. I couldn't hold water down. All right. Where's my phone? All right, we're going to do a Burger King review. I prefer Dairy Queen over Burger King, but you know, I just need to change it up and get some content. Okay. Let's hit this Dr. Peeper. Dr. Peepee. Okay, these are the French fries that I love to hate on. I haven't had them in 20 years because they don't put enough salt or seasoning on them. So we're gonna see if Burger King learned any lessons in the past 2 decades. That's so mid. "20 years and this company has not learned how to make French fries properly." How do you guys defend Burger King? They don't put salt on their French fries. It's like there's like some kind of sprinkly stuff on the fries, but it's not salt. Like, I just think it's like potato fiber and starch. It just tastes like oil. There's nothing impressive about Burger King. Now, I give these fries like a solid 3. Most mom and pops can do a better job. Most mom and pop restaurants can do a better job making French fries. Burger King, the king of being mid. They're not the king of anything. They're the king of mediocrity. Okay, but, you know, I had a little bit of a complicated order. I said no pickles, and I said no French fries. They didn't fuck it up, so that's good. So we're gonna try the barbecue bacon burger. All right. Down the hatch. Hold on. Oh, we got a violation. That's a pickle. I said no pickles. Okay. Here's the truth about Burger King. They are trying so hard to cater to like every single person by not using strong flavors and seasoning their food too much, that they just end up being not good for anybody. It's like the burger has no flavor, the fries have no seasoning, they don't even put salt on it. It's just not that good. When I took the first 2 bites of this sandwich, I'll tell you exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, I'm eating air right now. I'm eating textured air. Like, it's like a little bit better than chewing on an ice cube. That's what I'll say about Burger King. Because there's no flavor. I don't even know if I'm getting sustenance from eating this. Because there's nothing. Like, I see it. But I guess seeing is not believing. It looked good, but it's... I give the burger a 5. I give the French fries like a 3. So I give Burger King a 4. The best part about it was they didn't fuck up the Dr. Pepper by having no syrup. If the Dr. Pepper was just carbonated fizz with no syrup, I would have given it like a 2. The lady was nice, but it's just a shitty product. You can't trust Burger King, man. Okay. So, this is why you can trust me. My intuition told me that Burger King hasn't gotten their shit together, and I was fucking right. Restaurants rarely make the right moves. They just try to cut costs and make things worse, and then just put more advertising behind it. Try to build up some fake hype. You're not a food critic. Stop, fool. Too late. I am now. Your sandwich is ham and American cheese, onions less, tomato, and heavy mayonnaise. I like mayo, but no cheese, please. Do I ever do Inland Empire hoods? I used to. Fake food? Yeah. Bro, it's 5 o'clock in Atlanta. What state you in where you found a Burger King open at? I'm in LA, and I went to a 24-hour one. You're telling me Atlanta doesn't have anything open after 2 in the morning? There's got to be something 24 hours, no? But I do know that in New Jersey, I think you can't have businesses open late. Like after 10 in some places. It's kind of crazy. I should keep a scorecard. You guys keep the scorecard. I don't want to carry a pen and paper around with me. You guys keep score for me. How is Burger King still open? Well, when you live in a big city, you get options, and business owners keep their doors open 24/7. Where am I? I'm in Long Beach. Cali Hood page does 2 a.m. food tours. Yeah. You're always changing face. Maybe it's my alcohol intoxication. You look like Drew. Oh, you're the guy who called me Drew Binsky. So I look like I'm Jewish. And now I look like Eminem. Yeah, but people called me both of those things my last stream. They said you look like Eminem and Drew Binsky. Burger clout. Yes. BS. Well, are you disagreeing with my Burger King take? What is my favorite burger? I'll tell you why you guys should be excited to go traveling abroad, and why you should be kind of apprehensive about it, because when you get out of LA and you go to another country, you're going to realize that all the food that you've been eating here is total slop and garbage, and that you've had no standards for probably your entire life. I'm dead serious about that. I went to New Zealand probably like 2013, 2014, like 12 years ago. And they have this place called Ferg Burger. And it was so much better than anything I've ever eaten over here. And I think ever since I went to New Zealand, I've barely eaten hamburgers since then. So, yeah, the best burger I had is unfortunately not accessible to anybody here in the United States. You have to go travel across the ocean to try it out. This is why a product doesn't like the consumer. Shout out to Oakland. What about Las Vegas? You're gonna start my alt scorecard channel? Okay. Yeah, you could become like a Clipper or something. Have I ever had Waffle House before? Yeah, like in like 2007, 2008. I haven't gone back since. I don't know if it's actually good. My girl was actually trying to convince me to go. It's like, but I just heard it's really basic. It's like, oh, chicken and waffles. It's like, I don't know. Is it really actually that good? Like, it better be like the best damn like chicken or waffles I've ever had. Otherwise, I just feel like I'm going after some kind of gimmick. It's like, oh, what if you put ice cream on top of a ribeye steak? It's like, what if you combine this dish and that dish? What if you put frozen yogurt in your salad? What if you put chicken with your waffles? It's like, it's a gimmick. It's just a gimmick that's lasted a long time, but I just see it as a gimmick. It's like, oh yeah, like we're like a burger restaurant, but we put the burger and then we use coffee as like a sauce or something. It's like you're mixing two things that's like, okay, wow, look at this guy, you're so unique. You're mixing two things that ordinarily don't belong with each other, and you make both of them not even that great. And then somehow people like think, oh wow, this is so revolutionary. Wasn't the answer you wanted to hear? Fighting words. I would let you down, but come on, fight me. This boy's stuck in his car. What are you talking about? Hop Daddy. Hop Dottie. I heard of them. They're very hipster. And the hipster places are either really good or really overrated. There's one in El Segundo that's pretty busy. But when I used to do Grubhub, I never liked going there because I felt like all the employees were kind of like half-assing their jobs. So it's kind of a bad look, bad first impression. Your kick from Burger King is a Whopper with cheese, onions, and mayonnaise only. No cheese. Don't do that to yourself. In Europe, you don't have to pay for a bit of piss about the... what are you talking about? I really have a hard time understanding like European slang sometimes. West Side SA, we gangsters. Okay, awesome. Good to hear that. Occasional burger is okay with me. I don't think burgers are like the best food, man. Like, yeah, I'm an American. Yeah, it's American food, but honestly, I like food from other cultures more. Am I part Japanese? Yes. You lived in Vegas for 4 years, hated it. Yeah, I can't imagine living in Vegas. I can imagine, like, if I was rich, I would have, like, you know, like an apartment there, but I couldn't live there all year round. Shout to Mendo from up north. Fuck a leva that don't work. Right. Las Vegas has a Burger King that never closes. It's like a baby hell on earth. I know the kind bunch of excuses. Coney Island in Detroit is good. What, is that like a hot dog stand? They ain't even known for waffles. Who, like Roscoe's? Right now, in my head, Roscoe's is just known as being a place where you can get killed. That's why I'm in a car. Brother, am I not allowed to drive a car? What the fuck? Well, where do all these rules come from? Somebody stole my tailgate last night at 7th and Cherry. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Dude, people would love that. Love what? Sup, bro? Really thought you weren't going to stream tonight. Dude, I was sick, but I was like, I gotta do at least a couple hours. I had like a really bad headache and I was vomiting earlier. I had food poisoning. They are just 24/7 and for the last... I only eat my fried chicken by itself and dip it with ketchup and ranch. I can't hit syrup with chicken. I do like my sausage and bacon with sweet syrup. I don't know. I feel like the flavoring of bacon and sausage overpowers the syrup, so it's pointless to put syrup on it. You can't even taste it because it's just like pure umami and salt overload. You can't even taste the syrup. So that's why I don't do it, because I think it's pointless. Like, it's not a strong enough flavor. It just gets overpowered by the sausage and the bacon. Boy, you're dumb and stupid. How ironic you can't even put a sentence together. Shut the fuck up. Hop Dottie at JFK is always packed. The airport? Yeah, I'm sure everything at JFK is packed. I was there a month ago. It's a busy ass airport. What's up, locos? That's you little boys. Norwegian slang is lackluster. I don't know anything about Norwegian. I just know that the capital is Oslo. And they have like a lot of Fords there. That's it. Norwegian dropped them on my turf. They couldn't survive. They wouldn't survive the Waffle House. What's like a Waffle House but better? I chose Burger King for my meal because I wanted to see if all the hate that I've been giving it to all these years is justified. And it turns out I was always right. So I just wanted to stroke my ego and confirm that I have better taste in food than a lot of people. Politics aren't allowed. Maybe that's why. What about Democrats? Jose, try putting like a coherent sentence together. I have no idea what you're saying. Trump 2928. Oh, wow. So you must have the elixir of life and you've learned how to achieve immortality. Pork and sweet is like a hit of Chinese pork and honey-baked ham. America, Trump. Okay. Do you, man. Ford's, Trump, the least made man here. Yeah, I mean, I was a Trump supporter a while ago, but he's just too much of a sellout. We can't trust him. He loves money too much. He doesn't put his voters first. We don't put money in his pockets. The donors do. So I would say he was based like 10 years ago. He's not the same guy. You look at the original MAGA platform, he is nothing like how he used to be. So, I mean, if you do your research, you can realize that Trump isn't MAGA at all. He betrayed MAGA. And he's just, he's a fake right-winger. Can't trust him. You can say he's yours because he's not mine. We need a real leader, not a reality star that only watches Fox News because it makes him look good. Not a reality star that only... No. I don't think Trump watches Fox News, really. But I don't think that just because somebody was a reality TV star necessarily excludes them from being a politician that is dishonest. I think the two are mutually exclusive from each other. But you just have to watch who they take money from, Republican or Democrat. You have to look at who's funding them, dude. And then you have to research the donors. What do these people want? What do they stand for? And I think we had elections here in California, did we not? I didn't vote. I have a new rule for myself. If I haven't researched who is funding each of these candidates and all the things that they stand for, and if they're an incumbent, what their voting history is, I'm not going to vote, period. Because if you're just going to check off a box based on party lines, you have no idea. You might be making your area or your country worse. It would be better to just not vote unless if you actually do your research into the donors. You know? Because somebody like Trump or whoever, all these congressmen, they can LARP and say, oh yeah, I stand for this, I stand for that. As soon as they get elected, they stick up double middle fingers and don't do anything that they said they were going to do. So they do the opposite. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on it. Don't vote unless if you do your research on them, seriously. I just lost your subscription. Okay, good riddance. Diddy Blood. Yeah. Malarkey. He was super famous way before a TV show. Youngsters don't have a clue. Yeah, he was famous. He was famous, you know, he was a real estate developer. And a very vocal one with a very strong personality. So he made a name for himself doing like appearances on TV shows, being an interview guest, and just being like a very dapper baller. AOC or Marjorie Taylor Greene? Neither. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a grifter, and she only got red-pilled like a year ago because she thought it would get her more votes. You can't really trust her. If you look at how she's like flip-flopped over the years, you know, she's a social climber. That's all she cares about is doing whatever she thinks is going to gain her more power. And when it comes down to it, Marjorie Taylor Greene can't handle power. She fucking quit because she was getting death threats. Like, bitch, if you can't handle death threats as a politician, you don't belong in the hot seat, dude. If you can't handle the pressure of being a leader, dude, like, for doing Cali Hood page, I've gotten death threats. Did I like, oh, I gotta run away, you know? Like, dude, if you can't handle the fucking hot seat, fucking nut up or shut up, dude. You know? Maybe you should stick to being a housewife or something safer. And AOC, I mean, she's too far left for me. And, you know, she is controlled by, you know, people who wear a certain headpiece. So, like I said, you have to look at the donors. You have to look at who's funding these people. You have to look at how they vote. If you don't research these things, there's, you know, you're not helping yourself. A lot of times you might be better off just recusing yourself from voting. I'm not a boomer. I'm like millennial. Who am I? I'm Callie Hoodpage. Welcome to my stream, Nancy. Trump is a self-loving narcissist. A lot of them are. He never drank alcohol. He loves social media. He's like a kid that never had friends or social studies. He is a narcissist. He loves social media. He really likes being liked. You know, that's so important to him that, you know, people kiss his ass, but it is what it is. You hate attention, he loves it. Yeah. And you know, he really loves money too. Social studies was taught in 3rd grade in elementary school. Yeah, not just 3rd grade though. I think it was taught like 1st through 5th and 6th through 8th, no? Boomers are in their 70s. People don't even know their generations anymore. True. Aren't boomers like after World War II, so like 1945 to 1960? My parents are boomers. Born to be a comedian, forced to be a politician. He's actually pretty funny sometimes. You have to give that. Trump is pretty funny sometimes. You're a loser, you know? I like how he just like throws shade at people. It's like sometimes it's pretty funny. Social studies shows that we're paying attention. You need to educate yourself. Your vote don't count. I don't think that's 100% true. I think your vote counts if you know how to kind of like form a caucus. Like, you have to look at certain movements. Like, the MAGA movement was very radical in 2015. And it started off as something that was like very grassroots. You know, Trump was an underdog. But they were able to, you know, win the primaries, be the top candidate for the Republican ticket, and win the election. But started off as like a relatively small grassroots movement that was extremely radical at the time. You know, putting America first, that goes completely against what Jeb Bush stood for, what Marco Rubio stood for, what all those guys stood for, Ted Cruz. You know, they were all neocons. You know, they only cared about perpetrating more war in the Middle East, not doing anything for Americans, increasing the national debt, increasing national surveillance on American citizens. And then he won. So, you know, you can have something that starts off as like a very niche movement and then have it overthrow the previous establishment. And there are some groups that are trying to do that. Maybe I'm an orphan. Why making fun of housewives? They raised you. I never made fun of it, you fucking dumbass. I said Marjorie Taylor Greene would be better off as a housewife if she can't handle getting death threats, because when you're a housewife, you're insulated from that type of shit. And if you couldn't understand that, then, well, I don't know. Go seek a brain transplant somewhere. Maybe you're an orphan. Yeah, sure. Maybe you're projecting. Trump in the first campaign was fired. He shut everyone up on the campaign trail. It was insane. Yeah. He was funny, and he knew everybody's weaknesses. He knew, like, yo, you're controlled by donor money. I'm not bought out, but you are. What do you have to say to that? And all the politicians, they got their tongues tied. And Trump always doubled down on not submitting to the Republican establishment. That's what made him so popular, because he was willing to give double middle fingers to all of them. And if he didn't win the primary, he said that he would not support the primary winner, the guy on the ticket, and he would run his own campaign and participate in the general election running as an independent. So, you know, that's what made him really likable. was that he didn't give a fuck. He stood on business back then. But then, you know, the donors came and he sold out. Don't tell me about my country out. Okay. Hail Trump. Come on, man. Trump is not who he was in 2015. He's not the same guy. The best of America is we can vote. You swear there's something wrong? Yeah, it's you. Maybe they don't all believe you. I'm with it. Okay. Anyways, we're turning this thing into like a fucking political talk show. But that's because somebody always has to say something political and then I respond to it. And then that just gets everybody all riled up. SPM is a pedo? Who's that? Who's SPM? Third term gonna happen or nah? Nah. No. And I think if there was an actual election for that, I don't think Trump would win. I mean, they would have to hijack the election somehow, or they would have to, like, you know, change all the rules, rewrite the whole system. Because I don't think Trump could win a re-election. You know, even if it was legal, I don't think he could win. South Park Mexican. Anti-construction. Yeah, I'm eating a Whopper. It sucks. I hate it. So overrated. Burger King fucking sucks, dude. When I... Dude, the grammar on some of these chats is so horrible. If I gain the thing I seek, dude, this is brain cancer, dude. I'm not even gonna try to comprehend that. 22nd Amendment limits presidential terms. Yes, it does. But you know, honestly, I think it'd be so bad if Trump tried to continue his term. I don't think he will. I think he just wants to make his money and dip, get his bag and bounce. You know? Tell his family members, hey, I'm going to break this news about the Iran war. We're about to attack these oil depots at this time tomorrow. So make sure you buy oil futures and buy call options on ExxonMobil or whatever. And I think they're just like cashing out. What do I think of the Arab world and Middle East? I feel bad for them. I feel sorry for them. You know, if you look at history, ever since Israel was formed, it's just been a war zone. You know, it's just been a hot spot for CIA and Mossad operations. A lot of wars, a lot of regime changes, a lot of buying out politicians and corrupting them. I don't like motorcycles. They're so loud and annoying. But yeah, I feel sorry for the Middle East. They've gone through a lot, you know? Like, you think you went through a lot growing up in the hood? Like, dude, I'm sorry. I know I didn't grow up in South Central. I grew up in a pretty nice place. I grew up in Torrance. But I can't imagine South Central being more, like, easier to live in, or harder to live in than, like, Iraq or Syria, where they literally, like, bomb the shit out of each other. You know, and do, like, public executions and shit. constant civil war, you know, constant blood feuds and shit, and yeah, poverty. It sucks out there, man. Those are some tough people. You gotta respect them. You know, whether you love the Muslim community or whether you don't, you have to respect that those guys have gone through a lot. The entire Middle East, they've gone through hell. Can't even imagine what it's like to live somewhere like that. Get you a triple what? How much did I pay? Dude, this fucking Whopper meal cost me $18. And I got a French fry, an order of French fries that have no flavor, and a burger that tastes like air. It has about as much flavor as like watered down Kool-Aid. There's bacon in it and you can't even taste the fucking bacon. It's sad. Burger King deserves all the lack of business that it's been getting. They deserve to be taken out by McDonald's. McDonald's at least does a couple things right. They have a good breakfast menu. They have their holiday pies, which are pretty good. Their French fries are alright. And their ice cream is fucking bomb. What does Burger King do right? Well, they know how to make a Dr. Pepper. That's about it. But $18 for dog shit. So they stole land now, the Civil War. I don't know why Civil War generals or facts need to be around here. Carl's Jr. is better. Yeah, it was $18. They were wrong, we won. Politics may be a psyop, possibly. I mean, everything... Most things are a psyop, to be honest. Like, when I was like 11 or 12 years old, I realized I can't trust anything. Because I was in 5th grade when 9/11 happened. And then a year later, my best friend at the time, he showed me this documentary that his older brother showed him called Loose Change. And it's about like the conspiracy of like 9/11 and how it was an inside job and how Larry Silverstein bought all this terrorism insurance and cashed out and got rich off of it. And that how all these engineers are testifying that there's no way that the buildings could possibly collapse as a result of an airplane impact and jet fuel being ignited. And it's like, damn, dude, this is a fucked up world we live in. I can't trust anybody. So ever since I was like in 6th or 7th grade, I've always been like very skeptical of everything that I've been taught. You know, there's some things that are just like general knowledge, but you have to be careful when there's like a spin to things. And it's like, okay, what is this textbook publisher's objective? Because like now I know that the textbooks that I grew up learning from in school can't be trusted, because Ghislaine Maxwell's dad owned the fucking publishing company and he was a Mossad agent. And then, as you already know, Ghislaine Maxwell was like the second in command to Jeffrey Epstein, and they were running a blackmail operation to try to control American politicians and popular figures. So yeah, it's like, dude, how much of what I've been taught, how much of my attitudes and beliefs are just absolute fucking slop and bullshit. I've been misled my entire life. It's the Matrix. It's the Matrix, man. We gotta escape, guys. I'm in LA. Are you wearing your seatbelt while parked? I appreciate the dedication to safety. From Lisa Elliott. Dude, I like it. I think it's a psychological thing. I wear my blanket and it makes me, I'm sorry, I wear my seatbelt, it makes me feel like I'm wearing my blankie, and it makes me comfortable. So yeah, seatbelts are a psyop. I got psyoped by a seatbelt. Yeah, it's been a war zone since 1948. 1948 is when, it was like May 1st or May something, 1948. And that's when Israel declared independence from Palestine and started taking over the Arab portion of Palestine. And then it was just like back and forth between like them, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. Yeah, man. I feel bad for the people out there. What a mess. You're Egyptian. Yeah, fuck Israel. You know? But, you know, unfortunately, Egypt is kind of bought out. Like in, what was it, 1973 or 1978? America stepped in and started basically bribing Egypt to not beef with Israel. And so like all the Arab countries, whenever Israel does something terrible, they'll all talk a big game. Like Turkey will be, you know, saying like, oh, Israel is an evil genocidal state, or, you know, you'll even get like Saudi Arabia sometimes condemning what they do. King Abdullah from Jordan, I don't think he's ever been Israel critical. Obviously Iran and Hezbollah, very critical. But they never step up and do anything. Egypt hasn't really done anything for Palestinians. Or, well, I mean, I think they're kind of like that's where like a lot of refugees go. They go to Egypt, right? Or at least that's what Israel's plan was. They wanted to send a lot of refugees from Gaza to Egypt. And then completely flatten Gaza and rebuild it as some kind of like futuristic city funded by Trump and Larry Ellison, all these other billionaires, and Palantir. I look like a gang member? I look like a gang member? That's a first. Be careful what you type in chat. Israel's listening. Whatever. It's literally everybody talks about this now, so it's like it doesn't even matter. Triple Whopper with cheese and fries, bro, because there is Martin Luther respect. What are you saying? I'm not in a gang. McDonald's is ass though. Yeah, I agree. Breakfast is good, but the burgers suck ass. I don't eat the burgers. I eat the sausage egg McMuffin with no cheese, and it always hits. The Middle East lost 19 good men that day. Same shit. McGraw-Hill. McGraw-Hill literally printed every textbook that we learned from as kids. I'm still being misled, maybe. But I'm trying to do a better job of like researching shit and thinking for myself. I know that there's always more to learn. You have to be humble. Yeah, our generation found out, and honestly, that's gonna really kind of slow them down, because it's like if you have an entire generation that's Israel critical, like I'm assuming that the next generation's gonna be the same way. That's not gonna be good for them, but also might not be good for us either. Maybe they'll nuke us. We'll see. What about the stuff Christopher Columbus people did? The people saying this is what actually happened are also lying. Oh, I'm the opposite. I hate seatbelts. That's not good. That's not good. A lot of people die because they don't wear seatbelts. I don't recommend, I don't support that trend if it is one. You lived through 11 administrations and the last 6 had 0 military experience. Okay, so it was Trump, Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush. So Clinton had military experience? Well, no. I mean, if somebody wins 2 terms, like if Trump has 2 terms, would you classify that as 2 separate administrations? Or if like Obama, you know, he was president from 2008 to 2016, would you consider those to be 2 separate administrations or one? Was George Bush Sr. in the military? And before George Bush Sr. is Ronald Reagan. I think Ronald Reagan was in the military, right? Wasn't he like in the Navy? You're struggling with your life. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get back on your feet. When you look at the history of Jordan, the people settled there originally chose that to avoid war. A lot of Palestinians fled to Jordan. And Jordan actually controlled the West Bank for a little bit. In like the 50s, I think. In the 40s and 50s, I think Jordan actually... I forget how it ended up becoming just a part of Palestine, but I think Jordan used to control the West Bank. Jordan, yeah, King Abdullah, he's a he's a good boy. We are all struggling. Yeah, things are expensive. You're debating whether to buy a house or should you wait. I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows how high interest rates will continue to go up. Abdullah went to college in New York. Dude, Abdullah looks like white as fuck. Like, he doesn't look like the type of guy who would be called Abdullah. Imagine simping for any nation state. Yeah, I think you can respect what some countries do, but I think you should just always be critical and never become just like a blind servant to any regime. You can support regimes, but always be a critical thinker. Otherwise, they might play you for a sucker. We are the only country that died for Palestine. You had to take back the Sinai. Egypt wasn't the only one, though. I mean, Syria and Egypt, they double teamed Israel at the same time in the 70s. And then,
in 1973, Egypt and Syria launched the October War on Israel with a coordinated attack to retake the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights. This started the Yom Kippur War.
What the fuck?
This answer is from Wikipedia.
Why is it giving me a voice chat? What the fuck? You're the only country that died for Palestine. I mean, a lot of Lebanese have died this year. Like, a lot of Lebanese. There's a lot of Lebanese where I live who are displaced by everything that's been going on. A lot of Syrians died, too. The place is a fucking wreck. You know? You know, Assad could have been a better leader. You know, he turned a blind eye to like the massacres as generals were doing, and that really hurt him, especially in the propaganda war. And then he got the boot out of the country. He could have been on the right side of history, but he fucked it up. But yeah, no, like right now, the only country that's like really going hard on Israel is, well, it's Iran and it's Lebanon, because Iran, they're the ones sending money and weapons to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is the only country that's like shooting rockets and artillery and firing drones at Israelis and the IDF. But I wouldn't say Egypt's the only country that died for Palestine. Syria fought in the same wars at the same time. And then before like the 90s, Jordan was actually anti-Israel. And so Jordan, in some of the earlier wars in like the 40s and the 50s, they were actually participants. Have I seen more ghosts out? I haven't seen any ghosts in like fucking 2 decades. I'm so far behind chat. Yeah, I know, sorry. I'm just yapping right now. Have I ever had any supernatural experiences? I've seen demons before. I've seen demons, and I have a friend that can testify to that. He was with me. What high school did I go to in LA? South Torrance. I'm 37 years old. Live with my parents since 17. I have lots of money. Should I buy a house here or go different country like Asia? You're 37, live with your parents since 17. You have lots of money. Should I buy? Shit. Maybe Thailand, maybe Philippines. You could live like a king out there. If you can like work from home in like the Philippines, you can live a very, very comfortable life. I know like some expats who like moved from America to Thailand, retired out there, and they're like these old men, but they got hella chicks with them. So it seems like they're having a good time. Homeownership is a scam here. Get one in Asia, low priced. Yeah. And then also, like, if your home goes up by over $1 million in value in California, you're going to get hit with an estate tax because of Prop 19 that got passed. So if you live in California like me, it's not the type of place where you want to develop a nest egg through real estate. Plus, like, homeownership is expensive. Rent is usually cheaper. Like property tax, mortgage, interest, maintenance, HOA fees. Homeownership is fucking expensive. It's like a ripoff. And you always have to pay that shit every year. Like, yeah, you have the equity, but you have more expenses as a homeowner. Plumbing, electrical. You know how much a fucking electrician costs if you're not connected with any of them or have one as a friend? Like, you want to change like one of your breaker boxes, they're going to try to charge you like $4,000. This electrician came over to fix like some basic shit, and he's like, "Oh, well, you know, like you might consider you might want to consider replacing this breaker box. You know, these fuses are getting a little old. You know, you should do it every once in a while." And I was like, "How much does it cost?" He says, "Oh, you know, it's like around $4,000. I was like, okay, dude." You know, I think I'll just live without any electricity. Thank you. Does selling weapons to enemies count as military experience? No. I mean, I think, I don't know. There's different definitions. I don't think I should be trying to define what military experience is when I've never served, because I'm sure people in the actual military have different opinions on that. There's probably people who think that, you know, military experience is just serving in the military. Others will say it's like, you know, I saw combat. So I'm not here to define what military experience is. You have no kids, me neither. Buying a house right now is crazy work. Well, buying a house right now is probably smarter than it was when interest rates were low, because interest rates, if they remain high, makes real estate cheaper, usually. So, you know, maybe a bubble pops and you can time it. But I just think that I'd rather invest in like stocks or crypto, like Bitcoin, or like QQQ, the NASDAQ ETF, or like semiconductor stocks, than invest in real estate, to be honest. Because like the value of your property goes up so slow. It goes up so slow. The only real good thing about real estate is you get hella tax write-offs, which is cool. But I feel like it's better to like have a high income first. Like figure out how to like be making several $100,000s a year at least. Figure out that puzzle first, then get into real estate. I think income is more important than just like owning assets, especially something like real estate, because if your income isn't like already like super high, then those write-offs, they don't really, how much are they going to save you, to be honest? Like depreciation and all that, paying your loans and shit. I think the order should be get your income high, then invest in real estate. Not to invest in real estate to get rich. especially if all you can afford is just like one property. It's like for the value of your property to double, it's going to take like 20 or 30 years. Meanwhile, like if you were to buy like the NASDAQ ETF or Nvidia stock or Apple stock, you know, there's a chance that it could double in a year if you buy the dip. So I'm not a big fan of buying real estate. What y'all think the hantavirus will pop off? I don't worry about the hantavirus because, you know, if it's going to kill everybody, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I think we should all learn our lesson from COVID, that any kind of virus that sweeps across America, we shouldn't even worry about it. We really shouldn't. Because it's like, okay, if we're meant to die, we're meant to die. What are we going to do? Run away from some invisible virus? You can't do shit about it. So don't let anything about the virus manipulate you. Because the media, I mean, if it really does turn out to be a thing, the media could really try to like control people like that. Yeah, if you buy a house, you're going to be just paying that mortgage for the rest of your life. You're 37 now, 30-year mortgage, you're going to be paying that shit. You're going to be a Social Security beneficiary before you finish paying off your mortgage. I just don't feel like it's that worth it. Unless you're rich. Kind of nice to have a voice to fact check real time. Thoughts on Hamzat versus Strickland? I think Hamzat's going to win. But fuck Hamzat, he missed weight. The fucking bitch being protected by the establishment. He should lose his belt. He didn't make weight. They did the same shit for Khabib in like Khabib versus Gagey. Khabib missed weight. You watch the scale, they even let the scale like settle at 155. It's such a farce. Yeah, so fuck the UFC, man. Hamzat needs to be stripped of his belt so he can get Sean Strickland, the loose cannon, to be talking hella shit. Damn. Paramount Plus and all that, they're gonna be sweating bullets because he'll go anywhere, dude. He'll say some pretty crazy shit. And then now he's gonna be the face of the company. That's crazy. You live in California, let's go to Thailand or Cambodia and live for 2 years. I don't know which one's the best. I heard Philippines is pretty good though. Morning, what's up, Ronnie? BLM. I don't really support BLM, but use equity as leverage. Yeah. I just feel like you gain equity too slowly though. And I don't know, like out here in California, there's like so many reasons to not buy real estate because of Prop 19. Like you don't want to hold real estate long term. Because even if you have like a trust, they've made it so that won't protect you from taxes. So yeah, it's pretty gay. Digital currency is daunting since that's what the Kabbalah, that's what the cabal is pushing for. Yeah, they could literally, if they get rid of cash and everything's digital, they could just like write a code and make your bank account go to zero. But you know, that's what crypto's for. Just put it into like some altcoin or some stable coin. Invest in big pharma because of the Hanta. I don't like pharmaceutical stocks. The long term, they usually do pretty terribly. They pay a dividend usually, but I just don't think that they do well long term. Compare the performance of like tech stocks and semiconductor stocks. Compare the performance of those types of equities to pharmaceutical equities or biotech equities. Like pharma and bio, I don't like those sectors. I think long term, there's not really that much of a reason to buy them. They're really only good for like short to medium term trades, in my opinion. Not to hodl for 30 years. But I'm not a financial advisor, but So this is not financial advice. What I recommend to you is to compare the charts and compare performances over time. If you're investing, I think it's crucial that you like look at performance over the span of years. Doesn't he always miss weight? Hamzat, yeah. He's unprofessional. He misses weight. He fucking fights once a year, and his performance last time was dog shit. He just fucking humped Dricus du Plessis, did literally no damage. Sean Strickland lost to Hamzat, but he did way more damage to Dricus than Hamzat did. So fuck Hamzat. I used to be a big fan too. I watched him when he was coming up, like when he knocked out Gerald Mearshart with one punch. That shit was fucking hilarious. That actually made me a fan of Gerald Mearshart because he got humiliated so badly. I just felt sorry for him, so I became a fan. But Hamzat has been fucking lame. You know, he's just fulfilling that Caucasus Mountain stereotype, like the Muslim Russian stereotype of being a boring fighter and playing it safe. It's killing the sport, you know. But the thing that I will praise Hamzat for is that he's talking a lot of shit to Sean Strickland, which is gonna give him a bigger bag. It's gonna sell more. It's gonna increase the viewership. I was gonna say sell pay-per-view, but it's not pay-per-view, and at least not in America. And it's gonna hype up the fight. So at least he's hyping up the fight, but hopefully he doesn't just like lay and pray like a gay bitch. Whatever you say, Fort Minor. We're out in Long Beach. I'm somewhere in Long Beach. What's up? I'm in Eastside Long Beach. What's up, Cynthia? Go hit up a spot. I'm enjoying talking too much. Maybe that's a fault of mine. You're on Broadway and Esperanza. Okay. Don't dox yourself too much though, Cynthia. There's usually a couple weirdos in chat at any given time. You have to live somewhere. Might as well have it be equitable. I feel like I would be more comfortable buying property in Idaho though, where you live. Like over here, it's like a much bigger gamble. On a single income, most people cannot afford a home. Where I live, average home goes for $1 million. And honestly, I don't want to live anywhere else and like own a home anywhere else that's not like $1 million neighborhood, because even like some $1 million neighborhoods are not safe. You got a bunch of like tweakers running around, breaking into cars, making noise, flashing machetes at people. So it's like, dude, it's a fucking ripoff in LA. I'm sure like out in a much rural area with lower population density, I would feel much more comfortable buying real estate out there. Like in Idaho, I got family in Wisconsin. Yeah, like I'd feel more comfortable doing that. It'd be less expensive, so less risk. I wouldn't mind having equity, but I just don't think that like, I wouldn't see buying land as like a get rich quick scheme. I would see it as like more of like a store of value. I just don't think that you get as much alpha from real estate compared to like equities or crypto. But that's just me, you know, to each their own. I'm not a real estate expert. Grew up in Newport, moved to Tennessee. Okay. Like Newport Beach? Like what do we call Balboa? I like Balboa. Where am I at? I'm in Long Beach. You ever been rug pulled by a shit coin? Yeah. Yeah, I lost a lot of money. It was an NFT though. I went into that story on my, if you watch my stream that was like 7 hours and like 52 minutes, the last hour, the last 30 minutes of it, I go into like how I lost a fuck ton of money. Crypto is exactly what benefits the government. Okay, well, it's a way for me to help myself. Just invest in Apple and Amazon. Yeah, I mean that's not bad. Yeah, I mean like tech stocks aren't bad in my opinion. I'm not a financial advisor. The US has a crypto. It's gonna be fun trying to manipulate that. It never gains or loses. What are you talking about, like a stable coin? What's my nationality? My nationality is American. My ethnicity is German Japanese. You own a home in UK and it's very expensive to buy and run. The government made it really hard to buy and rent homes. We have about 10 different taxes to pay. Yeah, and I hear like all the Brits with money are leaving. I hear they're all leaving London. But I heard that the election that happened last night was good. I mean, I don't know too much about UK politics, but I heard like the Reform Party won a shit ton of council seats. Now they control over half of them. What do you think about Walmart stock or Google? I've been investing in it, Bitcoin, ETH too. I'm not a financial advisor. This isn't financial advice. But in my opinion, I think Walmart is like kind of like a slow grower. It's more of like it's like a consumer staple stock. And the way those stocks behave is they're more like a defensive asset. They're not as volatile. They don't go up as much, but they don't go down as much either. But they pay like, you know, a pretty consistent dividend usually. I think Walmart pays like maybe like a 2% dividend. So I feel like Walmart it's good if you like reinvest the dividends. I don't know how old you are, but it's like I would rotate more towards that in like my 40s and 50s. You know, when you don't want to take as much risk because you're older. You take more risk in your 20s and 30s, but your 40s and 50s and your 60s, I would rotate to more of like a dividend stock portfolio with like a lot of consumer staples, utility companies, some oil stocks in case there's a rise in inflation, and bond ETFs, some corporate bonds, treasuries, gold stocks. Not financial advice. I'm just saying what I would do. Don't listen to me. I always have to say that this is not financial advice because I'm not a licensed like CFA. I never passed a Series 7 or a Series 63. Isn't Jeff Epstein believed to be the one behind Bitcoin? I heard about that. It's possible. The crazy if true. Crazy if true. Wouldn't that be a fucking twist? You're drunk. What's up, Danky? What's up, cuz? Your husband was a canine in Long Beach. Okay, so you had a romantic relationship with a dog. Thank you for sharing. Not sure if I would broadcast that. The kids will be there, and the world is not a big thing of the year. For the world is not a big thing, but I am going to be a little more flexible with the world of America. And that was, I think you have schizophrenia, dude. Behold a pale horse. I heard of that. And then never watch TV, root for a sports team, or watch fights. Yeah. It's like, it sounds like it's like about propaganda and distracting the masses. AI is going to replace most of us and mass layoffs are coming. So what do you suggest we do? Learn AI. You own a shitty home in the ghetto. Yeah. Cool. Hopefully you don't have to like make a lot of payments on it. Hopefully it's not too expensive. My house in Tennessee on land in Newport where I grew up would go for $3 million. Yeah, are you talking about Newport Beach or is that a city in Tennessee? I don't really follow. You can rent a house here for $2,000, but to buy the same house is like $4,000 a month. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Like the mortgage and like the maintenance and the HOA fees, it's more expensive than renting. So it's like, is the equity that you gain really worth it? I feel like it's only worth it if you're rich. If you're middle class, it doesn't make sense to really buy property in nice areas in California. It's like, you know, you're such a big chunk of your paycheck is going to be going towards paying off your mortgage, the interest and all that. It's like, is it really worth it? It would make more sense out of state, but in California, I just don't think it makes that much sense. Yep, Newport Beach, 36th Street. What's up, Danny? Did you lose an embarrassing amount? Yeah, I did. It was bad. It was really, really bad. I mean, I don't cry about it at sleep, but like, you know, it taught me a very valuable lesson. When you invest in something risky, when you're up, always take profits, don't get greedy. I got greedy and I paid the price. The Labour, which is very anti-British, lost, and Reform will hopefully will restore British values. You know, I don't know if like the Labour Party and the Reform Party is kind of like Democrats and Republicans out here, but the problem is like, you know, the Democrats, they just become further and further left wing. Like they're completely unrecognizable from what they were 20 years ago. They're unrecognizable from what they were during Obama's era. Like that's how far left Democrats have gone. It's like super radical. And then the right wing has gone more left and just only cares about like war and shit. So you don't really have like an actual right wing alternative to balance out the left. Like they're all kind of like on the same side. So I don't know if I would say when it comes to like accomplishing the goals and the platform of the executive branch, Republicans are extremely incompetent at that. You know, whether you agree with what their platform is or whether you disagree with it, they're not good at what they do. Like, whether you agree with like deportations or ICE or whether you hate it, Trump is not good at deporting people. Like, because like about like 10 to 12 million illegals came through the border during Biden's era. He hasn't even deported 500,000. And they have said that they're winding down their operations. They bitched out of Minneapolis. So if you support immigration control, Trump was not your guy. He's soft. He cares about winning midterms. He doesn't want to be unpopular. So it's like, you know, we have a very incompetent right wing that is completely corrupted. And then the left wing is just so fucking radical. It's like insane. So we're kind of trapped with like two really bad choices that like I personally, you know, I don't agree with them. But I'm not like a libertarian either, because I don't think libertarians can really fix things because they're small government. You're in Scotland. I love Scotland. Shout to Scotland. Shout to Edinburgh. I love Edinburgh. I've been there once. It was a very beautiful city. It's better looking than England. Canine officer. Yeah, I was like, yeah, you're like, anyways, damn, I'm tired. Scooby-Doo. AI is super easy if you actually want to learn. Yeah, like learning prompts, like I know how to do like AI video generation. It's really easy. Like if you're not retarded, you can learn it in like 2 weeks. Can't wait for cars to require AI next year. Shut off if I thinks I'm not fit to drive. I mean, more control can be a good thing and a bad thing. It can be a good thing and a bad thing. You know, if you're a political dissident and they tell your car to drive off a cliff, obviously that's not good. Having everything controlled by computers and robots is dangerous and it is worrisome. Scooby-Doo, okay. You bought a shitty home with cash. Okay, don't burn yourself, Danky. What are you doing? You don't watch TV, it trains responses. You don't have a sports team, me neither. It automatically pits me against another. You don't do a lot of things anymore. I just go and enjoy life and make memories. That's a very positive approach to life, and I respect it. I'm not a big sports guy either. I think a lot of it is just slop, and there's not even a lot of action when you watch sports. A lot of it is just like timeouts, watching them walk back and forth and do fucking nothing. So I don't know how people get so obsessed with sports. So yeah, sports, you could argue, is a psyop. I wouldn't disagree with that. Am I a hood person by any chance? I've spent time in the hood, but I don't gangbang. And I didn't grow up in the hood when I was a kid, but I spent a lot of time when I was older. You're conservative. Yeah, I would say I'm conservative too. Do show the Wyoming incident. What is that? Never choose any single party. Play them both. Use your vote to get the policies which benefit us. True. Yeah, I think at like a minimum, you have to figure out like what the fuck it is that you actually stand for. You know, and like what are your deal breakers? Understand what your own identity is, and then you have to take a step further and understand the candidates. Don't just pay attention to what they say. Pay attention to who they're taking money from and what those donors are expecting in return. You know, because there's a few people who actually predicted everything that Trump was doing, and the things that Trump is doing is not what he ran his campaign on. But some people predicted it. Why? Or how were they able to do that? Because they looked at who gave them millions of dollars. Like I said, I never accomplished shit in life, legit. Hey, hey, you know, just stay out of trouble. I think you're doing pretty well. You own some property, good for you. I mean, the Wyoming accident was the last time that will happen in a time of YouTube to the meeting with a red car. What are you talking about? Zoomers used to play Fortnite, now they gotta play Deportnite. It makes me feel good listening and talking to him. Dems are crybabies. I don't like Trump. Don't you dare speak about my daddy Trump ever. Don't you ever speak on his name ever. He's the best president ever. Yeah, it's true. I mean, like, I don't like cancel culture, and the left wing has always been kind of like the poster child of cancel culture. But, you know, the MAGA movement has kind of turned into the same thing. Like, if you have any like far right wing beliefs, they like try to do a witch hunt on you and exclude you from the conversation and get you banned off of platforms. So yeah, it's pretty gay right now. Good morning. You say in Musselburgh. I don't know where that is, but are there a lot of mussels there? Hey, you live in North Long Beach. What's up? Which hood do you live in up there? Northside Longo or Four Corner Block Crip or what? Did you see the videos where Demi used the very same platform, border control? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Warthog jump starts my heart. Okay. Sports divides towns, cities, and states. Yeah, man, kind of. Like, and like the division that sports teams creates is actually it's more intense in Europe. Like the amount of hatred that like Dodgers fans have for like Giants fans or Rams and Raiders and how they hate each other does not compare to the amount of saltiness and hatred that football clubs have in Europe. Like they literally like have riots and like shoot fireworks at each other and try to kill each other. Like it's really crazy, dude. Like in UK, they're nuts about that. Like they will literally celebrate killing a bunch of hooligans from another fan base. It's really nutty. The Europeans can be really nutty when it comes to soccer. And it's not even that cool of a sport. So it's like, you're going to give your life for this? That's a psyop in my opinion. True, but don't stand so hard for something that you won't listen to reason. Exactly. Reason comes first. Yeah, always try to be a critical thinker. Where am I going to? I need to shut the fuck up and eat. I need to finish this burger. All right, see you later, Alex Geiger. Yeah, educate yourself, read through the lines, don't let anyone tell you something is true or false, do your own research. Yes. And we can all do a better job at that, because none of us know everything about everything, so there's always room for improvement. Shout out from New Zealand. What's up, New Zealand? Shout out to New Zealand. I love your country. Very, very friendly people, very good food. People are much friendlier over there than the United States, and also have better food than the United States. So New Zealand, excellent vacation destination. If you can afford the plane tickets, you should definitely go check it out. You won't be disappointed. It's a beautiful country. Walk down the streets with a normal ass shirt, cool. Wear a Raider shirt, people start going in on you. Yeah, not arguing with that. Okay, I've read a lot of chats, man, so let me finish up my burger and we're gonna start fucking mobbing out. Oh man, that was a lot of talking. God damn. You guys don't know, like, before I started streaming, I would never talk this much. I was super quiet. Goy King? Yeah, basically. That's how you know it's a good burger, when every bite needs to be washed down with soda. No, I do that so I don't choke. I'm not doing it because it's a great burger. It actually has no flavor. I feel like I'm eating literal air right now. It's not that good. It's not disgusting, but there's no flavor. Ugh. What I will say about Burger King is, like, it's not terrible, but there's nothing good about it. There's no flavor. It's slop. It's flavorless fucking carbohydrates. Oh, shout out to Ronnie. Got me 1 gallon of gasoline. Actually, like 7/8 or like 5/6. That will buy me like 80%. But thank you very much, because it's $6 out here, but much appreciated. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a thumbs up. Thank you. Shout out to you, Ronnie. God bless you. Man, I love Idaho, man. I fucking love Idaho. Oh yeah. Okay, you were being sarcastic. Sorry, I'm a little autistic. I don't always notice the sarcasm. You're ready to start eating healthier. Yeah. I'm definitely not doing a good job at that. I gotta drink my electrolytes though, because I had like a hangover and I had food poisoning this morning. Yesterday I hung out with some of my friends. We got some like Japanese pasta. It's like Japanese Italian fusion. And then I ordered this burrata with arugula on it, and I think it gave me food poisoning. I think they like cross-contaminated the arugula and the burrata and put it on like a dirty cutting board or some shit, and I got sick from it. And then at the same time I drank these super sweet seltzers, and so I had like food poisoning and a horrible hangover. I don't do good with alcohol. I'm actually allergic because I'm Japanese. Elephant ear yum elky, what? Yeah, bro, it's like $6 for a regular for 87 octane. You're not quiet. Just can't really connect with people to a certain level. You're an extrovert who needs to be left alone. I feel it. Oh man, I drank that shit too fast. You can't control your drinking. Sober for 15 years. Congratulations. Yeah, I don't like parties. I'm not like a party person. All right. I need to take a piss. I got a piss, and then we're gonna go explore. Oh man. Where to piss? I don't know Long Beach very well. There's a train station. Good morning, good morning. You give off accountant vibes. That's actually a really awesome compliment, because I actually don't know shit about accounting. I can count to 10. You moved there and changed your life. That's very good. Are we going to go look for a hose? Maybe, but I'm not going to go to Fig though. Like, I would probably maybe take Long Beach Boulevard up north into Compton. And at this hour, there's probably maybe like there's like 2 or 3 hoes on the entire blade. And they're never hot, dude. I mean, I don't know how low you set the bar, but I never find them like really like physically attractive whatsoever. All right, I'm gonna take a leak, BRB. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's go for a cruise, yeah? Draining the lizard. I ain't no lizard. You got bullied by some strippers for making that mistake. Dude, I know that in the UK you cannot criticize a lot of different groups of people. Like, you can't say anything bad about like the gays. Probably can't say anything bad about Jewish people. You can't say anything bad about Muslims. And if you yap too much about it, even if it's like just online, you can get sentenced to prison. So there's a lot of political prisoners in the UK, and it's super, super gay. Super whack. You know? It's like reverse. It's like they're getting colonized, basically. The UK is occupied, but so is pretty much the rest of Western civilization. We're all occupied, and they're trying to force slop down everybody's throats. Yeah, it's kind of black pill. Sharia law. What about Sharia law? Yeah, I mean, if you have Sharia law in a Western country, that's like, yikes. Yikes, dude. There could be blood in the streets. Yeah, the UK is not with USA anymore value-wise. Yeah. Unfortunately. And George Soros, he shored the pound and like destroyed their currency's value. He got rich off of it. We can't say nothing or we end up in the nick. What's the nick? Is that slang for prison? Yeah, but you can't dude, in the UK is like way more strict. Like, you can't criticize any minorities. Like, you can't criticize Muslims, you can't criticize gays, you can't criticize Africans. Like, you can't say anything about anybody. And I wouldn't be surprised if you could talk a lot of shit about white people. I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, you really have to be a goody two-shoe, like an absolute normie square. just a total moderate fucking NPC in order to not get in trouble in the UK. It's pretty ridiculous. I feel bad for them, man. I don't understand their political system, so I have no idea how the hell they're gonna fix their current situation, but it seems a little rough. Let's go through the longos, because we're on PCH. This is like rolling 20s, longos. We'll see if there's anything worth checking out over here. Hey, I don't know if you guys ever heard of the Nightcrawler and photographer called Still Brazy, but that guy, he had like a 10-minute rant about me last night because I was watching his stream and then I followed him, and then there was like a chat bot that said, oh, you know, Cali Hood page just followed you, and then he just like went off and started saying, man, fuck all these wannabes trying to copy me. He just started like going fucking crazy, dude. Like he lost his marbles. It was nuts. Does anybody know what hood this is? STP13? Who is that? Because we're in Eastside Long Beach. I never heard that hood before. He has like 500, dude, look up Still Brazy on Instagram. He's got like 500,000 followers. And he's like, man, these fucking eggers, all they try to do is copy me and rip me off. They all want to be like me. It's like, bro, chill. Like, you blocked me 3 years ago and I never bit off any of your content. Everything that I did was a completely separate genre from you. And he's like, all these fucking eggers just want to be like me. They're all bitches. And I'm like, dude, like this guy's hella insecure. Like he's so scared of having competition. Dude, I think there's like a plastic bag trapped underneath my car. Fuck. But yeah, he was like bitching like crazy. He was like coping. And I was like, bro, you know, you're not the only Nightcrawler out here. There's like 30 people who do this shit. Like on Kick, there's like at least like 10 people who do it. He thinks he's like the only one. It's like, bruh, you're not the only one. It's not that hard to imitate what you're doing. It's very easy to get your hands on a police scanner on YouTube, and everybody has a car. You know, so he's paranoid and he wants to gatekeep, which I understand, but it's like if you worked hard, you wouldn't have to worry about competition, you know? Like if people like you actually had fans and people fuck with you. Hold on, there's like a plastic bag fucking trapped underneath my car. Hold on. My bad, I was tripping. There's nothing there. Oh shit. Let's go. So yeah, anyways, drop his it's Still Brazy. Still Brazy. Don't go and fucking try to swarm him and talk shit to him. Like, I'm not trying to have you raid his stream or anything, but I just thought I think he's offline by now, but I'm just saying that guy, he he was just like hella insecure and was just like tripping balls because like I was watching his stream. And I've really like, I didn't ever like really do anything bad to him. I just once messaged him 3 years ago on Instagram. I DM'd him and I said, yo, hey, I fuck with your work. Good stuff. Nice content. I just gave him a compliment. And then he just like freaks out and is like, oh, these fucking pieces of shit trying to jack my style. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's not that serious, man. This is a very paranoid person. Anyways, you're from Chico. What a shithole, whatever. This is Long Beach. This is Long Beach. There's worse places than this. We're gonna check out a couple more alleys. We'll see what's there. Hello from Lake Forest, California. Oh shit. Elong Ghetto? What the fuck? Elong Ghetto? That's weird. Bro, get out of there. That's Hellside territory. They gonna piss at me for snooping? What the fuck are you talking about? Hellside? What the fuck are you talking? We're in Long Beach, dude. You think this is like Alhambra? This is Long Beach. Hellside? Do you see what time it is? It's 3:45 in the morning. I think I'm gonna be okay. I think we're gonna make it out of this alive. Fingers crossed. Not to jinx it. Hey, how were the original hot wings from Goy Stop last stream? Oh, they were good. They were good. But I got food poisoning, so I threw up like half of them, unfortunately. Okay. Hillside is a gang of college graduates doing good in this world. Yeah, good for them. Good for them. Probably not. This is like the poor side of Long Beach. This isn't. I think you're thinking like closer to the traffic circle, man. That's the hell side with all the 49ers. Holy shit, they served you raw. No. No, I think it was another restaurant. It was like a Japanese, Italian fusion restaurant. I woke up at like 2 in the morning and I had fucking food poisoning. And it was horrible. And I was hungover at the same time. So I had this terrible headache. I wouldn't stop throwing up. It was pretty gnarly. It was like the worst hangover I've ever had. So that's why I feel like it was like a little bit of food poisoning too. But I was even texting my friends. I was like, dude, I think I'm gonna quit drinking. That was so miserable. I haven't been in that much pain from drinking in forever. I never really needed to drink in the first place, you know? I don't like love alcohol. I'm allergic to it. I shouldn't even be drinking in the first place. So it's just kind of an L for me. I can't really be reading chat while driving. There's so many goddamn potholes everywhere. Okay. Where's Magnolia? I'm gonna hit Magnolia. Yeah, it's a hood page. GTA 5. Alright, I think we're gonna go to Barrio Pobre, 10th Street. It's a Friday, so they might have some tags up. We'll see. I'm a night person. I don't get tired when it's dark. I usually sleep during the day and then I get busy at night. But today, I try to be a day person, but I was just simply too sick. And so I slept most of the day and now I'm up doing this. I don't want to stay on for too long tonight because I have a lot of other work to do. I got so much shit to take care of. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's like a chat bot in chat now. So I've been working on a couple things. You got a crash? All right, see you later. Mind torture. You can make cookie? I don't like cooking. I don't like cooking. That's what my girl's for. Do I have an opinion on Spencer for LA mayor? I don't have an opinion on any of the politicians. I haven't been paying attention, and so therefore I'm not going to vote. If I was paying attention, I would vote, but I haven't had time to do my research, unfortunately. So just for everybody else's sake, I'm going to stay out of it. I wish I had an opinion, but I have too much on my plate right now. I'm kind of black-pilled when it comes to local elections anyways. So it's kind of hard to get me to like really care about them because I just don't feel like the right people win. It is what it is. I thought the election already happened. Like did they already elect a new governor and a new mayor? I'm really out of the loop, guys. I mostly pay attention to like federal level stuff and like geopolitics, not so much local. You vote for Drewski. Bumpy. Just do your own research, man. Can't trust anything they say. Yeah, and like, you know, I do everybody a favor by not voting because I didn't do my research. The world's better off with me not voting if I didn't put in the time to do my research. Votes don't matter. I'm one of those conspiracy guys. That's rude, Cali Hood. What do you mean what's rude? What are you talking about? I mean, speaking of rude, you were like saying some passive aggressive shit in that email you sent me. What's up with that? Election is November. Okay. So it must have been primaries then. There's no election. They buy the new mayors and governors based on who can drink the most baby blood in rituals. Hey, you got to get that iron, you know? God bless Trump, leave it to, okay. Do you just drive around to harass people who live in those neighborhoods? No, I just drive, dude. I'm not like some 19-year-old fucking troll who's just like jumping out of cars and just like screaming and honking his horn and doing pranks and stuff. Like, I'm too old for that shit. I grew up a screw up, but I did grow up nonetheless. Yeah, votes do matter at a local level. I know, and I let my community down by not doing research, but I own it. And next time I'll try to do better. Del Taco have great tasting hamburger? That can't be true. Do I report crime? Sorta. You know, I did. I was chasing cop calls the other night, but it wasn't that action-packed though. We kept ending up at calls where the cops already left or they hadn't shown up yet. But like last week, we saw like a deceased individual. We saw a guy on a motorcycle die right in front of us. That shit was pretty gnarly. Wasn't passive aggressive. You're trying to help me. Yeah, but you're giving me unsolicited advice and you're spamming my inbox on my day off, and then you're getting all mad when I don't respond. It's like you have to respect boundaries, okay? Like, I appreciate the money that you gave me for gas, but you never said that there were strings attached and that now I have to be your pen pal and respond to every email as if I'm your subordinate. That was never part of the deal. And if you aren't a lawyer and if you don't work for Meta yourself, then it's not really something that you're qualified to be giving me all this advice on. You know what I mean? So, like, if it's not advice that I can actually use, you're just spamming my inbox. And I don't even respond to like my girlfriend's texts all the time. I don't even respond to my parents' texts all the time. So why would I? You've been a good viewer. You gave me a little bit of money, which I appreciate, but you can't expect me to all of a sudden love responding to all these messages. I'm not that type of guy. You giving me like $100 and viewing my streams, that's awesome, but I'm not gonna sell my soul just because I got $100. You know, I didn't mind that you were trying to help, but as soon as like I didn't respond to you for a day, you started saying some passive aggressive stuff, saying I'm not your ordinary viewer. Like, that was not necessary. That was really not necessary, because I don't deserve that. Look, because like I was never messed up to you, and I never even had to give you my email. Like, honestly, that was probably my mistake. If you wanted to give me money, you know, I probably should have just given out my Venmo. But because you have my email now, I feel like you feel entitled to have open communication with me 24/7, and I don't operate like that. I just want to do my streams. The business side of this channel is going to be handled solely by me. I never interviewed you for a position, and you know, I don't know your resume, I don't know your background, I've never spoken to you on the phone, I don't know you personally. So I don't think it's not really your place to be giving me unsolicited advice and then expecting me to respond, and when I don't, you start giving an attitude. I found that to be very, very disrespectful and rude. And if you can't acknowledge that, then, you know, maybe I'm not the guy who you want to fuck with. All right? Because I'm not going to tolerate that. I don't know if you thought that I came off as the type of guy that you could just kind of like treat like a subordinate when we don't even have a relationship like that, but I'm not. I just found that extremely disrespectful and crossing boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. So, I mean, if you can acknowledge that, then, you know, I can continue to have you be, you know, a part of the community. But if you can't humble yourself and realize that you made a mistake when you sent me that last email, then this is not the place for you. I'm sorry. Thanks for the money, thanks for the support, but the last thing I need in the beginning is somebody giving me attitude when I don't deserve it. No, I just have to let people know. I have to let people know, like, I'm not going to tolerate disrespect, especially when I didn't deserve it. Yeah, anyways, I think we're going to go to North Long Beach now. Yeah, you know what? That's cool. Okay, Michelle, that's cool that you got the information from someone who works at Meta. That's cool. But you're not entitled to have my attention 24/7. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay? And I actually figure out my own way to do this. All right? And so, like, yeah, you can make suggestions and stuff. That's totally fine. But I told you what I don't like is if you're going to give me, like, passive aggression. That's not okay. That's definitely not okay. That's not part of any arrangement that I have with anybody, which is, oh, I'm a loyal follower, so you gotta like acknowledge everything I do. It's like, bruv, you know, what's it gonna be if I have like 1,000 people who are viewing my streams, or 10,000 people? Like, I can't just, you can't expect me to be like giving everybody all this attention, you know? I'm an introvert. I'm not a people person. My Gmail has like 300,000 unread messages. I'm not gonna all of a sudden start like responding to every little message I get because you gave me $100 on Venmo the other day. I appreciate the money, but you know, I'm just drawing the line right here. This is who I am. I'm not changing for anybody. Overstepping a boundary, no, but you gave me attitude. You're being passive aggressive and you're trying to make me feel bad about not responding. Okay, like that's not okay. That's really not okay. Like, I know that you were not happy with me when you wrote that. It was like very obvious. And like, if you can't understand that, like if you can't see what I'm saying and understand how that was not appropriate, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, I appreciate that you're passionate about the stream, but you know, that is overstepping a boundary, which is expecting me to respond to all your emails, and it's like that's too much. I said thanks for the money, I appreciate it. I said thank you probably like about 6 times on stream. I don't know what else you want me to do. But anything further than that, like, you know, I just feel like you feel like you're entitled to too much from me. And you know, so I have to draw a very thick line in the sand and say, like, look, you know, I love my passionate viewers, but I can't just, like, you know, bend over backwards and make my operation revolve around viewers who I haven't even known for that long. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, you see, yeah, but it wasn't appropriate. It wasn't appropriate because that's not the point. See, look, this isn't working for me, because it's not that you were trying to help, it's that you expected me to respond to your advice. And when I didn't, you gave me a very passive aggressive message, which, I mean, I could show the rest of the chat like what you said, and you definitely, and you titled the email "good luck." Like, come on, you know, it came off as a little catty. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, I'm moving on with this subject. I mean, I don't think I need to explain myself anymore. Do I have cats? Do I have cats? No. I'm not that much of a cat person. Like, my cats, or like, I've lived with cats. Like, my ex had a cat. My girl, she has 2 cats. I'm cool with cats, but I'm more of a dog person. I'm a dog lover. Dogs for the win. I've had dogs ever since I was like 4 years old, so they're just a part of my life. I'm a dog lover. You know, I'm like, I love dogs so much, it's probably a fault of mine. There was this one time I got too comfortable with a pit bull, and the pit bull bit me in the face. Like, its fang literally like gave me a nose piercing. It gave me a nose piercing, like, it was crazy. Like, I was like trying to like boop it. I was trying to boop its nose with my nose, and then it just like fucking snapped and bit me. So yeah, sometimes I'm a little bit like too friendly with animals, and I make stupid mistakes. It's like I'm just asking for a Darwin Award sometimes. You are a pussy, dude. You seem like you complain about way too much. Why even respond to someone's email if they're just crying about stupid shit? Grow up, East Coast. Well, basically the whole purpose of this stream is for me to talk and yap, and so that's what I'm gonna do. And if I'm not allowed to have standards, I guess, you know, that's a flaw that you have. I guess you have no standards, and you just let people do whatever to you and disrespect you, and you're just okay with it. But I'm not like you. We're not like each other. I have standards. If I feel like I'm being disrespected, I'm gonna stand up for myself. If you aren't that way, well, you know, that's cool. That's your life. I don't need everybody to be like me. I'm not asking you to be like me. And I don't think it makes me a bitch to stand up for myself. Go to Fig to see the ladies. I did let it go. I literally said I'm moving on from this. I dropped it. I literally just let it go. I let it go. I had to explain myself, and I got it all out. And there shouldn't be any misunderstandings about the message that I was trying to communicate. You know, and it's not just for that particular individual. It's for, you know, anybody else who's listening. Because you guys, you know, this might be your first time watching this stream, or this might be your 5th time or your 10th time, but this is still like very early. This is still like a very small community in its very early phases. It's important that you know how I operate, and it's important that you know what I stand on business with. And if you don't feel comfortable with it, you can get off the ride sooner rather than later, so you don't feel like you wasted your time being a fan of mine or a fan of the channel. So it's important to communicate about where I stand about shit. You know, I'm not trying to impress everybody here. I'm just saying that this is what I stand on. You don't have to agree with it. I really don't care. I don't need a bunch of NPCs who are exactly like me to just be yes men in my stream. It's okay to disagree with me, that's fine. But I am gonna say what I'm gonna say. You spent 10 minutes crying about it. I'm not crying, first of all. Fuck that guy. If his pussy hurts, that's his problem. Like, no doubt the guy is a bitch for emailing you, but don't give into it. Hey, you know what? Like, I told you I'm done with it. The only reason why we're still talking about it is because you keep on talking about it. That's why we're still talking about it, because you literally keep on talking about it. I said like 5 minutes ago, let's move on, but people keep on talking about it, so then I have to address it again and again and again. I'm totally okay with moving on. Yeah, people want to capture attention, especially small streamers. Happens to me a lot. Wait, hold on. It's hard to read chat while driving, Jesus. I don't even know where I'm at right now. Still in Long Beach. Sounds like I'm selfish because I respect myself. Okay, well, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm selfish because I respect myself and I defend my own honor and I have standards. Yeah, that makes me selfish. Okay, what fucking planet are you from? You should follow the cops around to film the police. That's what I was doing a couple nights ago. Hamza is winning tonight, by the way. I agree. I think Hamzat's winning. Go to 55th Street. We'll go another time. Yeah, people want to capture attention, especially small streamers. Happens to me a lot. Like, I'm not here to talk one-on-one with you. Right, dude. Like, after like a 5 or 7 hour stream, I'm so fucking exhausted, dude. Like, I literally, look at how much I've been talking. Like, I don't know how long you guys have been tuned into the stream, but it's literally just like yap, 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 yap with no breaks. Like, I'm very, very engaged with my chat because I'm pretty sure that's how you grow your audience as a streamer, is you develop a connection with the people who are watching it. And so, like, by the time I'm done with it, it's like the last thing I want to do is talk to people, man. Like, I'm so fucking dead. It really depletes you. It really does. Like, try talking for like 5 hours straight. It's horrible, dude. I mean, I love it, but it's like, it's really exhausting. Go to 55th Street on business, big bro. I'm really full of myself. Okay, sure. I love talking about. I'm a fucking streamer. I have to love talking. That's the whole point of a fucking stream. I'm supposed to be a personality. What, you just want to watch me just like sit here and say nothing? What the fuck is the point of tuning into a stream if you're not going to talk? What's the point? Of course I'm going to talk. You know? And furthermore, if I say things where like I'm full of emotion and I'm pissed off, those are like clips, okay? So you have to kind of understand how the streaming operation works before you start criticizing it. This looks like GTA. Does it? I actually never really played. Callie, I'm going to post a pic of my race number I picked. What do you mean? Very nod to Callie. Help that person out. Can I fly? No. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, sure. That's the whole point. Is 55th Street close to me? There's a 55th Street in Long Beach, but that's not the same 55th Street that Cripmax from. Cripmax from South Central. We're in Long Beach. So around here, you have more like Snoop Dogg. Hi man, looking in from a sunny, beautiful London. I didn't know that there was sun in London. I thought it was always overcast, but that's cool. What's up, UK? Hi man, looking... Okay, I already read that. So you just drive around. That's... Yeah. I hate talking, and I have a client-facing role. That sucks. I think what makes that shitty is that you have to like be representing your company's interests, and you have to deal with angry people. You know, you have to do damage control. You know, your company fucks something up, and now you have to deal with a pissed off client, and there's a lot of pressure. And like if he sells out of the company, then it's really bad. And yeah, I don't envy you. That's why I'm trying to stream, because I don't want to go back to doing a job like that. I used to work a sales job, and it was the worst, because my boss would always fuck things up, and then I was always like the first line of defense between him and all the angry customers. And it's like, dude, this fucking sucks, man. This is not the business. You're going to report me to the DMV. Why? Can I drive slower? No, I'm probably driving too slow. Can I go to McDonald's and get you a McGriddle? No, why would I do that? I don't even know you. Can you get me a McGriddle? Can you get me a sausage, egg McMuffin with no cheese? Make that 2 orders. 2 orders of 2. I could kill 4 of those in one sitting. But I already have Burger King, and it was horrible. I did a food review at the beginning of the stream. We drove to Burger King, and I tried a Whopper and French fries for the first time in 20 years. And guess what? It still tastes like shit. No flavor, no nothing. Damn, dude, Long Beach is huge, man. I've been driving north for like 10 minutes, and we're still not out of here. Long Beach is definitely bigger than Torrance, for sure. There's gas, Sinclair. It's $5.69, $5.69. Yeah, Burger King does suck. What hood is this? We're in like Northside Longo, and now we're heading into Four Corner Block Crib, which is still like Northside Long Beach, but it's like right on the tip of Compton. So I guess this is turning into more of a Compton stream. There wasn't really a whole lot to see in Long Beach tonight. Maybe there will be like a couple 304s, I don't know. I see some police lights. Okay, here. Keep your eye on the right side of the road. There might be a 304. There's not a lot of them around here though. Just a heads up. It's kind of dead here. Like people are saying like, oh yeah, like, you know, North Long Beach on Long Beach Avenue, it's like or Long Beach Boulevard is like the Blade. And it's like, it's really not, dude. You'll see like maybe 2 or 3 of them. Nothing crazy. Dude, I talk so much on these streams, like I don't pay attention to like how hot or cold it is, and I just have my AC blasting this entire time, and I've been shivering for like the past 10 minutes. And I just completely forget about my bodily functions and shit. Go to El Pinto or oh, there was a 304. She's like wearing some cheekies. Go to El Pino. I was actually considering going to East LA today. but I didn't do it because I wanted to do my Burger King stream. I wanted to do my food review because I said I was going to do it, and I knew that if I put off one more day, I was never going to do it. And I was like, these guys deserve a classic Cali Hood page rant about Burger King. And so I delivered. I don't know if you guys liked it or cared for that type of content, but I kept my word. I don't like making suggestions for like what kind of content I'm gonna do. I don't like brainstorming content and then not doing it and then just doing the same shit, you know? I'm trying to add a little bit of substance and variety. See what works, see what doesn't. Yeah, that was a Blood In, Blood Out movie, which I never watched, by the way. Yeah, East LA is far. Oh, there was a 304. She looked homeless. Holy shit. There's a 304. There's a, oh shit, there's like another one. Dude. Dude. I don't know, man, like it's kind of crazy knowing that people like sleep with these women. I don't know, man. Yeah, not really my cup of tea. Not in my opinion, no. I mean, I'm biased though. Like, I'm not really like a big fan of like hooking up with prostitutes and stuff. So like, I'm a little biased. I just deliver the content that people want, but it's not necessarily like something that I fancy. Dude, that chick was big. Holy shit. Dude, there's more of them tonight. Dude, honestly, this is the most amount that I've ever seen. I think we saw like 7 of them. That's like, they're deep tonight. They're rolling deep tonight. Oh, we got a couple viewers from Kick. What's up, guys? Bro, reviewing Burger King might as well be reviewing eating insects. Dude, have you guys ever tried those lollipops with like a bug inside of it? Like a lollipop with a grasshopper in it? I never tried it. I just don't really see the point. I live in a mostly developed country. I don't need to be eating fucking bugs. Nice. Okay. Rico Axe got everyone inside. It's called Cali Hood, so show us the hood, man. What the fuck is this? We're in like North Long Beach and Compton. What do you mean show you the hood? We're in fucking Compton. And I just showed you guys like a 300-pound lizard. What else do you want? This is the hood. Rico Axe got everyone inside. You also love those salt and vinegar crickets. Ugh. Bro, you're from Cambodia? Crazy. That's your girl? Hold on. I gotta pull up the chat on my other phone. I can't keep up. They're actually not that bad, you think? I don't know, man. I'm a little strict with my taste. Dude, where the hell did she go? She disappeared. I think she got picked up. She got scooped up. You know, the reason why I don't find these chicks attractive, because like, I feel like the most important quality like on a woman when it comes to physical attractiveness is the face. And like, I'm not easily sold on a woman who's just like kind of fit and is wearing a two-piece. Like, it's like, okay, cool, I see you, but it's like, are you the cream of the crop? Or are there like millions of girls who look exactly like you? You know? So that's why like I don't goon over prostitutes, because like, if first of all, I don't want to like go too crazy because like I'm in a relationship. I don't want to be like disrespecting my girl and all that, but like there's a lot of like, LA has good looking women overall. Like the big cities usually do. And so when you have like a very large supply of attractive women and then you see a 304 on the blade, it's like, you see that shit all the time. But, you know, with like a lower body count and maybe less diseases and, you know, I don't know. I'm not fooled by makeup, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm not fooled by makeup and skimpy clothing. I don't think because you're willing to go to the extreme and wear like the skimpiest clothing makes you the hottest girl in the world. I think a lot of it is really just like genetic, or if you had like a really good plastic surgeon to fix all your minor flaws. But yeah, can't allow yourself to be controlled by your hormones, you know. That's how you catch a disease and shit. It's called Cali. Okay. Yo, much love to Colorado, okay. We're not in Colorado, this is California. Dude, hey, there's actually a lot of girls tonight. You guys know I don't really give a shit, but I know you guys do, so I'll deliver. We'll do another loop-de-loop. Whoa. These potholes are unforgiving. That's someone's daughter, so we gotta get her mama out there too. Based? No, just kidding. Almost like those little half-popped kernels of popcorn. Yeah, it's like, it's a tease, or it's like really not that enjoyable. Like you're hungry for it, so you'll eat it, but it's like, is it really worth breaking your tooth for? No, I'm in Compton now. I'm not in Long Beach anymore. Yeah, they're hookers, you know? So it's like, look, they're still human beings. They deserve a certain amount of respect, but it's like, you know, you gotta wear a hazmat suit, wear gloves. Your problem is all the cream in her crop. Don't mean what I say ain't true. Wow, you really have a high opinion of yourself. Yeah, it's called self-esteem. Maybe you should get some for yourself. Bet it smell like dumpster juice, probably. You think you're better? I really wish you guys could type in complete sentences. You're making this very hard for me, guys. The lizard's staying out all night, barely getting anyone. No, I think they get people. We've seen like about 12 of them tonight. 13. Dude, this is like maybe, this is like 50% as poppin' as Fig. This is Fig Jr. I'm in Compton. We're in Compton. We're getting kind of close to Linwood. Stop by and get you a Slurpee and a wood. Bro, you want to deliver? Drive by 55th Street. Cops don't care? No, cops don't care. Interview 1. She gotta have some stories, bro. Are you in Long Beach? Can anyone tell me what's so interesting about 55th Street? Sorry, I'm from Australia. There's this influencer who's a Crip named Crip Mac, who comes from a gang that reps 55th Street in South Central. And he's like a very animated dude, and he just clip farms all day because he's like super animated and super like kind of like crazy and loud. And he just he became a fan favorite because, you know, he's just got a really he's a fun personality, and that's why everybody talks about 55th Street. Because he's always going like 55th Street. Like he's always like, he has this unique voice and he's full of energy, and like people just, it's like contagious. And then all of a sudden everybody's like pretending to talk like him. And so he's kind of like an icon a little bit, because people really try to emulate him because he's funny. He has a lot of haters, but you know, I'm a fan. I'm not too proud to say that. I think he's funny. I think he's a funny dude. All right, we're in Linwood now. We're in BLP. Yo, the stream is fire. God bless. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 55th Street is the real deal. You know, it's not like the most ghetto street that I've been down. There are streets that are rougher, but the 50s in general, it is a little bit of a dusty area. It's right in the heart of the west side of South Central. I wouldn't say it's like the most ghetto part, but you know, you have some crackheads around. You got homeless people. You got like deadbeats just sitting around. Got black on black crime around that region. I wouldn't say it's like the hottest region right now, but still South Central. It's smack dab in the middle. But there's some places that are like more dangerous than 55th Street. But that doesn't matter, because Crip Mac made 55th Street huge and very popular. 55th Street is a back alley. No, it's an actual street, but they have an alley though. Law fades in that back alley. Yeah, that's for sure. No one going there. Drive to 55th Street. Yeah, maybe later. But I don't think I'm going to do it tonight. Maybe tomorrow. But tomorrow I'll probably do East LA, because I keep getting people asking for El Pino. We want 55th Street. Yeah, I know you want 55th Street. Okay, how about this? If I get 9 more people to watch this stream on Kick and to follow me there, I'll drive to 55th Street right now, but it's got to happen in like the next 5 minutes. So if I have like a total of at least like 10 people watching this stream from Kick, I'll drive to 55th Street. But if I can't get at least 10 viewers on Kick, then I won't do it. That will have to wait for like tomorrow or the day after. Here's Banning Street. This is another hood. Linwood, Vadio, Banning Street. Okay, trust me, bro. Some guys are desperate enough. Desperate enough to do what? To hit it, to bone a hooker raw? To tongue kiss a hooker? Go to South Central and get 55th? I feel like it's the same person who keeps on telling me to go to 55th. Look, I get why there's a stigma towards prostitution. The thing, though, it's going to happen, legal or not, legalized and regulated. I know it's always going to happen, but you see, like, to each their own. My problem is, like, I'm afraid of getting herpes. And, like, I know people who have herpes, and I really, really, really don't want it. Like, and I'm talking about, like, mouth herpes, the shit that everybody supposedly has. Like, I don't want it. I'm afraid of STDs, okay? So, I mean, that's one reason why the stigma exists, is because of STDs. And I think that's a valid reason to, like, have a stigma towards it, because, dude, you know, some of the dudes that these chicks are sleeping with, you know they gotta be, there's gotta be some dirty ones. Like, I'm terrified of getting AIDS. That's like my worst nightmare. And I'm sure it happens. Where's Tortilla Flats Hood? That's like southwest of here. Like right now we're closer to Compton, Barrio Los Padrinos. We're in Banning Street right now. So we're in a Linwood Barrio. We're not in a Compton. But if I keep going straight, I think I'll end up in like the Largo 36s and Mona Park. So yeah, we'll cross the street. There's a 55th Street. Yeah, there's a 55th Street in most cities. Most cities have numbered streets. Show the Australian 55th. I can't. I don't live there. It's probably this is like a memorial of like a homie who just died. Yeah. I don't know who that is, but his name is Mike. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he got shot here. You know, sometimes like the rival hoods, they'll see like a candlelight vigil and they'll just like kick down all the candles. It's kind of fucked up, but that hasn't happened here. Dude, these streets are so busted, man. Like, I'm going 15 miles per hour right now. I don't want to go 1 mile per hour faster than this. This is GTA. I had cops chase me on this street. Where? Linwood Lunatic Gang, never heard of it. Cali Hood ain't been shot yet. That's a good thing. Am I snitching? No. What are you fucking talking about, dude? Kitchen Crips. Yeah, that's 87th and 116th Street. 55th Street would be amazing to see. Well, I only have one person watching a Kick, so that's not going to happen tonight. Give a shout out to St. John's, Newfoundland, and Buckmaster Circle, BMC. All right, St. John's, is that like in Canada? You don't have Kick, bro? Please, man, do it for your fans. It's far. Like, I'm not gonna do it. Like, that's my condition. My condition is like, yeah, if you don't, I need people to either download it or if they have the app to log in and do it. There's a reason why I put it on my chatbot and automated it, because that's like a really big goal for my page, is I gotta gain more consistent viewers on Kick. Like, that's a must. It's do or die for me. I can't really get paid unless if I do it, so I have to push it. Don't blame me, blame the hustle. Get nifty in the 50s. Tongue kiss a hooker. Yeah, I would never do that. But I know some guys who would. Like, it's pretty gross. You have nearly all STDs. It's a badge of honor. Wow, man. Dude, I applaud you, dude. Gotta catch them all. Where's the alley? Okay, now we're in Largo 36. See the L36 right there on the cinder block? Okay. See this? We in the hood right now. You know what would really suck? If like this was a dead end and then I had to reverse out of this shit. I've dealt with that before, where I go all the way to the other end of the alley and then the gate's closed. And it's like, fuck. Some narrow ass alley with all this garbage and pallets on the side. And then I have to flip a bitch in reverse and it's like 100 yards. Tweaker's RV. God damn, dude. This fucker has to leave some room for the cars to pass. Like, dude, respect your neighbors, man. I don't think I could make it here in the hood. I would get so fed up with people like abusing the public space and like parking all their cars and throwing their trash in the alleys. Like, come on, man. Show some respect for your neighbors. It's not your alley, it's everybody's alley. Dude, this place is a fucking mess. Got like all this shit on this side. I got like an inch of space on the right. Jesus fuck. God damn. Now we got a super sharp turn right here. All right. Okay. We made it out alive without scratching up my car too much. Yeah, I know most of the alleys in LA are like this. It's a little annoying. What the fuck is that? Oh. Cadillac with blacked out windows. What you doing, dog? One day I'll have to come back and take pictures of some of those tags in the Largo 36 alleys. They're pretty neat. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna get a picture of this one, Allie, real quick. You guys hear that? Like this big ass stray dog barking at me. Oh, fucker looks like he weighs like 70 pounds. Dude, did I just step in dog shit? What the fuck? God damn. Smells like shit. Who the fuck is this white boy taking pictures of our tags? Yeah, that's probably what they're... No, but like, you know, I've talked to a lot of them from this hood online. Like, they're cool. Oh my god. Dude, this... fucking assholes, man. They make it so impossible to cut corners. Oh, man. Dude, that's Compton for you, I guess. Well, technically Willowbrook, but yeah, Compton. People don't really respect other people's space very much here. I'm sure that neighbors kind of got a little bit of beef with each other. Like that car was parked right where there's this really sharp turn. It's like, dude, you can't make that turn without making a 3-point turn because your car's parked right there. There's a lot of tags right here. A lot of tags, most of them kind of ugh, but just to show that it's a little ghetto out here. Have I ever encountered the Aryan Brotherhood? No. What does this say? South Side, Compton, EBK. Nice block letters, I guess. I'm racist. How? What'd I do? Yeah, it's a lot of kids, maybe smokers. I don't know. Well, there's like a big 36 right ahead of us. Can you see that? Big ass 36. I think this section used to be controlled by Compton Vario 124. I think the 36 is moved in. Look at all that. A lot of scribbles going on. We got like a fucking some tweaker tried to draw like a Mario, but half Donkey Kong. It's like a Mario Donkey Kong hybrid. If they had some kind of like bestiality shit going on. You got like a lot of... These been here since I first started doing this, because I remember these from 3 years ago. You got the big 36. And then actually the first photo that I ever took of like with my drone was this right here. Can't really see it because it's on corrugated metal. But that was like the first shot that I ever took with my drone. Looks like crap out there. Yeah, kind of smelled a little bad too. It was like sour cheese smell. It smelled like a hoarder's house, to be honest. Like, I don't know if you've ever like been to a hoarder's house, but like, you know, I've smelled one from the outside and it smelled like sour cheese. It's disgusting. It was like the first alley with not a lot of tags. Crazy. It's actually clean. They buff it out on El Segundo Boulevard, but all the other blocks are fucked. You guys enjoyed that little safari? We're still in Compton, Vaudeville, Largo 36. We're nowhere near 55th Street. We're not going to go down the alley to the left because I think somebody may have been patrolling it on their bike. I just don't really want to deal with an angry person right now. He might be tweaking or he might be patrolling looking for people. In either case, I'd rather not deal with that. You feel me? Cali is not all ghetto. That was just one alley. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I don't live in the ghetto. But not all of Cali is pretty either. It's not like a war zone like it was 30 or 40 years ago, but you know, it has its ghetto parts, and it's probably gonna always stay that way. I don't see them redeveloping the entirety of LA. There's not enough like middle class or rich people left in America to move in and take over everything. So there's always gonna be poor and ghetto parts. I've just been in good areas. Now that's so far from the fucking truth. A lot of times I'm in Skid Row. Skid Row is by far the worst area. MacArthur Park's still bad. Even after the raids, it still looks like hell. And I've been there many, many times. My first stream, I was in MacArthur Park. They might think I'm tagging. Well, I'm not tagging. You know, if I have to deal with people in real life, you know, I'll talk to them. I'll let them know who I am. And I'll do everything that I possibly can to de-escalate the situation. That's what you have to be good at when you do things like this. Like, you can't have a big ego when dealing with people in their neighborhood. Be humble, be chill, keep the temperature cool. And that's the best way to stay safe, in my experience. Yeah, because there's a couple times where, you know, if I mouthed off and I said the wrong things, I might not be here. And I learned from that, you know. When somebody has the upper hand and has the capacity to really, really fuck you up, you got to know your place. It's not worth your life. Middle class is now with the low class because of everything. Yeah, middle class is a low class. Yeah. It's just like the low class became like a more broad thing. Like, you have like upper lower class and then low class. Like, the people with college degrees, you know, some of them, they're struggling. In California, you could be making $100,000 a year and you still won't ever be able to buy a home. Like, imagine, like, you go to school, you have all this debt, you've been told your whole life that, like, you know, yeah, you're supposed to, like, go to school, get a good job, and then buy a home, and then, like, you do it all, you got $50,000 worth of debt, and then all the homes are completely unaffordable unless if you move to, like, a total ghetto, like an absolute slum. And then your wife has to work, too. So, yeah, nothing's really promised, man. Nothing's really promised. It's the way it is right now. Yell at Riverside? Why? What do you mean by that? I'm a real gangster. I am not. I don't know where you would get that idea from. Well, if they tell you to stop recording, then I would listen to them. I wouldn't argue with them. Like, if they tell me to get the fuck out of the hood, I'm gonna leave. I've talked to these guys before, like, they've been cool, but, you know, there's always maybe like a couple who are gonna really trip. And, you know, every hood has those guys who just, like, they're paranoid, they trip on everything. Most people are actually more on the chill side, but, you know, there's always going to be some hotheads, and when you encounter those people, just do what they tell you. Don't ask questions, don't resist, just get the fuck out, because they will fuck you up. It's not worth it. Not worth it to have a big ego in the hood. If you make 100K, you're lower class, yeah. Bro, there's no space in Cali, all homes too close to each other. Yeah, I mean, it could be New York. New York is worse. San Francisco is worse. But yeah, it's butts to nuts out here. Okay, I think we're gonna go to Tortilla Flats. Somebody mentioned T Flats earlier, so I think we'll go through there real quick. Every time I cross a street like Rosecrans, I look both ways as I'm crossing because people run red lights out here. You guys always tell me, oh, be careful, you're gonna get shot. It's like, dude, I'm not worried about getting shot. I'm worried about getting ran over. I'm worried about getting T-boned. I feel like you guys maybe worry about the wrong things, but maybe that's because you gangbang. I don't. So I don't worry about the same shit that you guys do, because nobody's gonna press me and say, like, oh, where are you from? Because I don't look like I'm from anywhere. Nobody in real life has ever asked me where I'm from or what I bang. That has never happened once in my entire life. And I've had a lot of encounters with people. They immediately know I'm a civilian. So I have to worry about other things, like, you know, if you're on the road a lot in the hood, you have to worry about drunk drivers, just negligent people who have no regard for human life. That's a much bigger problem. Yeah, As you can see, the roads in T-Flats are pretty fucked. Not a neighborhood that you want to drive through with like a lowered car. You will scrape over and over again. If you've been following the stream, you know how much I bitch and complain about Compton's roads, but it's deserved. It's deserved. These are like some of the worst roads that you'll ever see. Like, South Central and Compton are not the same. They're ghetto for different reasons. Compton's ghetto because they got like the projects. It's a little bit like dirtier, in my opinion. You got like more like crappy apartments. Right here in T-Flats, there's like this mealworm factory. It's kind of interesting. They sell mealworms for like pets and stuff, like lizards. I had a pet lizard for a little bit. I was feeding it mealworms. Maybe they came from here. It's for like fishermen, I guess, bait and tackle. Interesting little business. Who knows? Maybe the person who owns this place is making like $1 million or more per year. I never heard of like a mealworm factory. Like a place that just mass produces and harvests mealworms. If he has no competition, I bet they're doing pretty well financially. Can you buy hookers here? Not right here, but on Long Beach Boulevard, yes. Like in East Compton. Now we're like West Side Compton. We're close to the border of East and West, but we're on the West now. And Tortilla Flats is like a very reputable hood, but in Compton, they don't have like a lot of turf. They really don't. Like, turf-wise, they're kind of small. They used to be bigger. I think their turf used to be like 3 times bigger. But you know, they were like really like EBK, beefing with every Southsider, Piru, and Crip hood around them. I don't think they've ever really had that many allies. And so, you know, probably a lot of people went to jail, a lot of deaths, probably a lot of raids over the years. Shit, man, I think I gotta piss soon. Dude, before I started streaming, I used to never piss. Now whenever I stream, I piss like crazy. Therapy wearing off. Am I transforming? So this is like more treetop hood. Not so much T-Flats. See. TTP, TFK. Dissing tortilla. There's like a sketchy alley on the right here. It's like a dead-end alley right there. And every time I go, there's like this Mexican homeowner who's right there, like working on cars, and he just like dogs the shit out of me while I'm taking pictures of tags in that alley. Just like, who the fuck is this guy? But he never tells me to leave, so like, you know, I'm not gonna leave. If he tells me to fuck off, then I'll be like, hey, isn't this like a public alley? Like, I'm not actually on your property, so you can't hit me with trespassing. So I don't really have to listen to you. Unless if you like bust out a chainsaw or like a machine gun, then yeah, I have to listen to you then. Sounds like my parents raised me well. No, they didn't. They tried. They tried, dude. But I shouldn't say it. Like my mom really tried. My mom really tried to straighten me out, but I was just like, I was stubborn. I never listened. And like, I wasn't afraid of her at all. And then my dad should have been more of a disciplinarian. Like, I probably wouldn't have been such a fuck up when I was graduating high school and during like my college era. Probably would have been less of a fuck up. I think I should have gotten like slapped around more when I was a kid. I think that would have seriously helped me. So I'm not gonna make the same mistakes that my parents made. I should have gotten hit in the face with like a flip-flop maybe a few more times. You named a pet lizard Glizzard. That's kind of funny. So yeah, small hood. Tortilla Flats isn't an extinct hood. They're pretty active. They're just not like, I just don't think that they're like deep, huge like they used to be, you know? This is the Compton Boulevard alley. There's like a 7-Eleven right here. More potholes, more cracks. Goodbye to my struts and suspension. Artesia hood lit. Yeah, treetop. Yeah, TFK is like a diss towards them. Am I looking for ops? I don't bang. I'm not looking for ops. We're just exploring. How old am I? Mid-30s. We doing drive-bys? We are not doing that. We are not doing that. We come in peace. We come in peace. Compton Courthouse. I've never really been to Compton Courthouse. Is this where Ice Cube is from? No, Ice Cube's from South Central. He grew up in like the 111 neighborhood Crips hood. So that's like the west side of South Central and Westmont. Like that's like Western and 111th Street, or like Western and Imperial Highway. That's where he grew up, around there. But I don't think he ever got put onto the hood. I think he just probably knew guys, you know, he grew up in the neighborhood, so they know him. But I don't think he was actually ever like a real gangbanger. You went to college in California or out of state? No, I went to college here. Rolando Mota. Hey, I recognize your name. You fucked with my page for a long time, huh? Like you fucked with Cali Hood page and LA Hood Journal, like all the way back in the LA Hood Journal days. I remember your name on Instagram from a long time ago. Am I looking for a fade? No, I'm looking for somewhere to take a piss, to be honest. Oh, I took a picture of that shit earlier, like a stream a week ago. Treetop and T-Flats whacking each other out. Where is Mr. Capone from? He's from the Cyclones in the San Gabriel Valley. Like, they're like kind of close to like La Puente. Yeah, he's from like the Cyclones. There's like a small hood. I don't think they're really active anymore. Kind of like Mr. Criminal. Like Mr. Criminal and Mr. Capone, they're like from hoods that like really aren't around anymore. Because I think Mr. Criminal, he's from Barrio Silver Lake 13. And they tag every once in a while, but you know, I think their hood's just been completely gentrified, and there's just like old heads who kind of tag once in a while, but probably not a lot of youngsters. Where's Mr. Capone Hood? Yeah, San Gabriel Valley. Am I Uber? No, but people have been telling me to pick up hookers left and right. Take trash bags? Why? Okay, yeah, maybe if I hit the Pookie, then I would all of a sudden have motivation to start collecting trash. Yeah, past the Pookie, and then I'll start collecting trash. Vario Cyber Lake? Silver Lake, not Cyber Lake. You're combining the two names, Cyclones and Silver Lake. It's Silver Lake. Get out of the car and chill. We're in Compton, though. I mean, where would I just chill? I'm more concerned about, like, taking a leak, you know? Mr. Criminal told on paperwork. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard he snitched, but you know, I don't do too much research into like those cases. That's why I don't like speaking on stuff. But that's what I saw on Reddit, was that there's some paperwork on him, you know, diming out one of his homies. And you know, I'm not gonna speak too much on that. I'm not a gangbanger, you know. Gang politics, leave that for like the gangbangers to talk about. What hood is Lil Quete? I don't know. I heard of him. I never really like listened to him. He's a rapper, isn't he? Have I been to Conejo's hood? Yeah. Conejo's, like, we've talked before. He's like reposted my posts when I have my Instagram. He used to repost my shit. He used to shout me out all the time. Conejo has always been cool to me. Conejo has always been cool to me. Yeah, I think he's genuinely like a cool guy. I think, you know, he's a hustler. He's trying to make it, turn his life around. He's a cool guy. Yeah, shout out to Conejo and Harpy's Dead Ends. Any police chases lately? Yeah, some homie told me earlier in the stream that there was like a police chase in Pico Union and 18th Street's hood, like Hoover and Pico. But I was headed to Long Beach, so we didn't chase that one. Vario Hoodlum Family 57th Street. Hey, shout out to you guys. Hey, you guys have good tags. You got some sick tags in those alleys, so respect to 57th and 52nd Street Hoodlum Family. I was actually driving through one of your alleys like last week, so shout out to you guys. Yeah, I'm on Central. Mr. Criminal told on Diablo. Okay. Yeah, well, that's not good. Like, I don't respect throwing your homies under the bus so that you can do less time. Dude, that's why, like, you have to pick your friends carefully, man. I'm gonna take a picture of it real quick. Hold on, because that was a decent tag. Alrighty. How do I afford the gas to drive everywhere all day? I don't. I just run up my credit card balance because I'm a dumbass. Where is Toker from? He's from Eastside 13. Eastside 13. I don't know which clique. Maybe, I don't know if it's Troublemakers clique from Eastside 13, but that's where he's from. He's from the low bottom to South Central, 28th Street. Eastside 28th Street. That's where he's from. But it's called Eastside 13. Yeah, Toker's cool. R.I.P. I used to run into those guys from Eastside 13 a lot back in the day. I used to always run into them. They're always super cool to me. Cool bunch of guys. I always tried to like give them good advice, you know, because I always ran to the youngsters there, and like the youngsters from that hood, they're actually pretty smart. You know, I feel like if they don't make too many mistakes, they could actually have a future. I was talking to one of the youngsters from Eastside 13. This kid had to be like 12 or 13 years old. He was talking about becoming like a pilot. I was like, bro, if you want to become a pilot, you can't fuck up ever. You cannot fuck up. You cannot get a felony. You can't be doing drugs. You can't even be diagnosed with like ADD. If you want to be a commercial pilot and make the big bucks and be surrounded by a bunch of like hot flight attendants all day, yeah, you can't be making mistakes. Even getting diagnosed with like bipolar or ADD, that will completely disqualify you from operating an airplane. You know? So, like, yeah, I guess I preach a little bit whenever I run into younger kids, but you know, I just don't want to see them do bad and have to like pick up the pieces because they fucked up their lives, you know. And if they seem like they got like a good head on their shoulders, maybe I can help them, you know, because I'm lucky that I was born where I was born. Like I didn't have to deal with any of like this ghetto stuff growing up. Toker, the one that signed Easy E. R.I.P. Yeah, that was dangerous. Just doing that, any hood fool see him just standing by the tag makes you a mark. Okay, I don't know why you're hating. What you want to be at that age? Just stay in your car and take pictures with the windows down. I've never done that. Like, the only reason why people have heard of Cali Hood Page is because I got up and took pictures, you know? Like, I've been doing this for years, and like, yeah, I've been caught slipping like tons of times, and you know, sometimes it went well, sometimes it didn't. But that's the only reason why people have ever even heard of me. So, you know, like, I'm gonna do my thing. This is my thing. A lot of people fuck with it. I don't expect everybody to fuck with it, but a lot of people do. So you can have your criticisms and all that, but, you know, I still think that what I'm doing is valid. What did I want to be at that age? I don't know, man. I didn't know what I wanted to be when I was 12 or 13. I had no idea. I think I just wanted to be really smart. But I didn't know, like, oh, like, what am I going to do to make money? I never really thought about that until I was much older. Straight up stop the hating bros as civilian. You do what you do, just saying how it is. Okay, well, but you're here. I mean, you're commenting. Are you not a fan? Like, why are you here then? Yeah, it could make me a target, but the thing is that I purposely, well, not purposely, I don't dress like I'm banged out. When people approach me and talk to me, I keep it respectful. If they want to turn up, I don't try to like one-up them and act hard towards them. If they want me out of the hood and they say, get the fuck out, I don't argue. It's stupid to argue. I have nothing to prove. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, well fuck you, fool. I do what I want, fool. Like, if they got a problem with it, I'm gonna leave. It's that simple. It's that simple, you know? Like, I do my thing, but I don't get disrespectful with people. I don't get to, and for instance, like, that hood that I was just in taking pictures of, they all fuck with my page. Not a single one of them has ever DM'd me, and they all heard of my page. And they all followed me before it got taken down. Not a single one of them said, hey, fool, you're a buster for coming into my hood. Not a single one have ever said that. They all like the photo, they comment on it, and sometimes I get messages from them. Like, it's never been anything but respect. You know? And I would post CV-155s a lot. They have never ever fucking shit on me for doing what I do. And they all know what I do. And they've never shown any disapproval of it. So, you know, it kind of validates what I do. If you don't agree with it, that's fine, but you're in a minority group. You're not the majority. Saying my experience when I was there, things was different. Yeah, well, but for you, you're a gangbanger, okay? So people are gonna treat you differently than how they're gonna treat me. Like, I'm a white guy. I don't look banged out. People have never once thought that, oh, you know, we gotta press this fool because he looks like he's from somewhere. That has never happened once in my life. People are gonna treat you different compared to how they're gonna treat me. And so that's why I've been able to do this for so long. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Alondra and Atlantic, yeah, we didn't go that far east. We were on Long Beach Boulevard, but we didn't go to Atlantic. Intelligent traits are frowned upon in a society determined to prove that intelligent life exists. What do you mean by that? Have you been to Florencia 13 hoods? Many times, but I don't really like going to Florencia anymore. You know, Florencia, it's a very, very big hood. But, you know, they got hit with like a RICO. I think a lot of them got arrested. And the hood just does not look the same. Like, I know there's been like a lot of hood vlogs coming out lately. And, you know, that's cool. They're doing their thing or whatever. But I don't see a lot of tags there. Like, a lot of their alleys that always used to be mobbed up are completely, they're like buffed every time I go for like this entire year. So I don't really like going to Florencia anymore. Florencia used to be that place where it was like my backup plan every single time I went out on my safaris to go take pictures. And because there would always be something like Compton Boulevard, all fucked up. Hooper, all mobbed up. Central, Holmes Street, Miramonte. You know, every street was fucked up. 76th Street, 85th Street, 59th Street. Every hood, every block, even like by the Pueblos, not anymore. It's all buffed out. Nobody really tags that much in Florencia anymore. I could drive for like 5 miles through the hood. Maybe I'll find like 5 or 6 tags. So the hood is completely different from what it used to be. It's like, you know, I can't believe it's like as clean as it is now. It's actually crazy. This is the dumbest time to be alive in the history of mankind. We drink radiation charged smart meter water like it's 1910, except now we take showers with it. Okay, I don't know what videos you've been watching, dude. I don't know what part of YouTube you've been in, Odin. But I feel like we watch different videos. You've been down a different rabbit hole than I've been. Just got here. Where's the destination? I don't know. I'm just driving through Compton. I'm on the border of like Lantana Block and Nutty Block. And right here is actually where I was at my first street takeover. This intersection right here. The first street takeover I ever went to was like right here. Not on purpose. I was actually kind of annoyed by it because I needed to get through. Just got here. Where's the destination? I don't know. We're in Compton though. The only thing depressing about knowing the future and how the world ends is that absolutely nobody cares beyond their love for idiocracy. That's not true. Some people, some people think for themselves, you know what I mean? Not everybody's an NPC. Florencia 13 is mostly youngsters, now the OGs chilling. I am of source. You remind me of your mother, considering that you never cared past lunch. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? I remember you. You're the guy who says the crazy shit. I remember you from last week. Enjoy your war on intelligence and children. Okay. Enjoy taking your meds, dude. Dude, you're like legit crazy, man. Dude. Oh my god, holy shit. The placenta is for the baby, not science. Dude, this guy is legitimately funny without even trying. He's like unintentionally funny. Odin, take your meds, yeah. Any Chinese hoods? Not around here. Not in Compton. Compton's all blacks and Mexicans. Do I patrol Orange County? Yeah, I did an OC stream like last week. We went through Southside Huntington Beach, Amber Leaf Street. We went through Santa Anita. We went through Hard Times, and we went through Lopers and Little Mini Street. So we got a good amount of them, but it was kind of raining, which fucked up the stream and the visibility, and like the viewership wasn't that great. So I don't know if I'm going to do another Orange County stream anytime soon, but yeah, it was kind of fun, I guess. Hard Times looked pretty rough. That's like the oldest hood in Garden Grove. They had like these apartments that were all tagged up, and it kind of reminded me a bit of LA. Didn't look like a very soft neighborhood at all. Do you consider coming to Egypt? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I would go to Egypt. No problem, dude. No problem. Yeah, like I'm just like, I wouldn't go to Israel, I don't think. If I did, I'd be like a little nervous, you know, going to Israel. I would stay away from Lebanon right now, because I don't want to get hit with an airstrike. You know, Israel, they're very indiscriminate when they do their airstrikes. Like, they don't care if they kill civilians. They don't care if they kill Christians or American nationals. They really don't care who they kill. So I would probably avoid Lebanon, although I heard Beirut is a very beautiful city. Syria would be crazy, but I think Syria might be a little safer than Lebanon right now. So maybe I would go to Syria. I would be interested in going to Lebanon, or not Lebanon, Jordan, because Jordan, they're not feuding with anybody, and they have like those cave statue carvings or whatever. I forget what it's called. Is it called like Medina, or I forget what it's called? Jeddah? No, that's in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I would go to every single Middle Eastern country, except for not Iran right now, because, you know, America's at war with them, so I'm not going to go there. Yeah, but I would go to most Middle Eastern countries, no problem. I won't shy away from going to a country just because, you know, America had past conflicts with them or whatever. Of course, you know, there's a time and place to tell people that I'm American, and there's a time and place to, like, you know, kind of keep your mouth shut about it. I know there's a lot of countries that have a lot of bitterness towards America. I understand that. But yeah, I would go to Egypt. Yeah, for sure. I just don't want to get harassed by like a bunch of scammers by the pyramids. That would be annoying. Do you know people from Playboys? Yes, but not by name. I've linked up with them a couple times, not for very long. And, you know, I've had people, I had a Pesos DM'd me before. He sent me a picture to repost once. But yeah, I haven't really spent too much time talking to people from Playboys. I think I've spent more time interacting with homies from Avalon than Playboys. But they have good tags sometimes. That light was pink. Hard times in Garden Grove. Go to Fullerton, Tokerstown. I've been to Tokerstown. If you go to the hood map, the LA hood map, the picture that they used for Fullerton, Tokerstown was a drone photo that I took at their skate park. Is 18th Street still active? They're one of the most active. Not all clicks, but they're definitely still around. They got numbers. I've probably most active, yeah, on the west side. Tutankhamun 13th. Why? Because we're talking about Egypt. What's for breakfast? I don't know. I think I want to go to sleep before I eat breakfast. Right now we're on Gardena now. Gaza Strip when? No, fuck that. Fuck that, dude. Nah, look, I'm brave, but I'm not stupid. No way would I go to Gaza. No fucking way, dude. Dude, once you get in, how are you gonna get out, man? Dude, if an American goes to Gaza, they'll probably just think I'm like trying to meddle with like Israeli business. They're gonna fucking kill me, dude. I'll probably starve to death out there. Yeah, no, I'm good on Gaza. No, thank you. It's like, that's like hell on earth, man. Yeah, Beirut is beautiful. When you come to Egypt, visit Dahab in Sinai. It's a piece of heaven. Sure, I'm down. If you guys want me to do a live stream in Egypt, follow my kick so I can make a little bit of money. Because YouTube will not pay the bills, I don't think. Not long term. So if you fuck with my content, you fuck with me, go follow me on Kick, because that's where I really need the support. I love having you guys in chat on YouTube, like it's awesome and all, but Kick is where I really need people to like support me right now. It's probably the only way I'll ever make it as a streamer. So like CaliHoodPage.com or CaliHoodPage at Kick.com or on the Kick app. It's free to use. Do I only document Sureños and Norteños, or only? No, I document whatever's around me. So if it's like Crips, Bloods, Pyrus, Hoovers, Matavillas, Southsiders, you know, I'll do whoever. We don't have Norteños in LA, so I don't document those. But you know, sometimes people, they'll like accuse me of being some kind of Southsider lover or whatever. I'm like, bro, I don't bang. I'm completely neutral. I'm not even Latino. I don't have a horse in this race. I'm not biased. Like I fuck with whatever's there. You know, if Norteños moved down to LA, I would start documenting the shit that they're doing for content. Have you been to Mara Salvatrucha? Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I've been to MS-13 plenty of times. They're actually really friendly. I think MS-13, like, they're like some of the friendliest people I've ever met. Which I know to like somebody might sound kind of nuts, but they're like super friendly. They were very respectful and cool to me, and yeah, shout out to those guys, man. Yo, Custers, I gotta fucking piss right now. Let's see that hog. Yeah, I'm half Asian. There ain't much to look at. See, there's a G13 tag. Can you see it? It's like Old English right there. What hood is Nipsey Hussle from? He's from Rolling 60s. Is LA a dump? I've never been on the West Coast. Just from the East, I lived in the Deep South. Some parts are pretty bad, but not all of it. Tell him from... no. That's fucking dumb. Is the Mexican mafia in LA? I would think so, but I don't know too much about them. What was I doing this during the so-called pandemic? No. I started getting active with this in like 2022. Have you been to the... Okay. Pyramids have a new system now. All sellers are licensed, and it has golf carts and restaurants. A great development happened recently. That's good, because a lot of people were saying bad things about the pyramids. They're just... You know, everybody always talks about how there's just like a bunch of shady people trying to sell you trinkets, and they're just super annoying. So that's a good development. Did I stream for the past 8 hours? No, like closer to 4. North Korea stream when? Ooh, yeah, that's very risky. Yeah, I'm sure that they would recognize a pair of meta glasses. There's like a lot of things that you're not supposed to take pictures of. And, you know, if you do, like, it's a very harsh prison sentence. Why do people that look like you claim to be from Egypt? Well, I'm not one of those people. Okay. Damn, I have like a lot of fucking comments. Sheesh. You miss living in Cali sometimes. Hey, Cali's not that bad. It's really not, dude. Like, it's not perfect, but there's worse places to go to. Like, there's places that are like way more boring. There's places like California is at least not boring if, like, you know, if you stay active and have like a good social circle. There's always stuff to do. It's just, it's a little expensive. But the weather's great. There's a lot of different kinds of food out here that are pretty good. I wouldn't say that LA has the best food, but the diversity is good. Like, you don't have to eat the same slop over and over again. You can change it up. You can't do that everywhere. You live in a smaller town, your options are so limited. Good morning, I'm an old lady just here listening. You love to learn. Okay. Your husband is from Mexico and cartel taking over little towns left and right. You sub. Thank you. Thanks for the sub. Yeah. Yeah. Tell your husband to be careful when he goes out there, man. Shit's crazy. Shit's way more crazy in Mexico than it is over here. Like, if you look up like homicide statistics in like cities in Mexico, like Irapuato, Guanajuato, it's like way worse than here. Like, there's savages out there, man. I don't know if it's like cartel killings or street gang killings, but it's a little bit of both. And before like my Instagram got taken down, well, actually on my Facebook, I got like I have like at least 20,000 people following my Facebook page who are from Irapuato, Mexico. It's like this city that has like only like 500,000 people in it, but it's just like all deported gangbangers. Like they all end up there, like 18th Streeters. I forget all the hoods, but yeah, Mexico's grimy for sure. And I don't think they really use guns that much. I think they're killing each other with machetes. Like, machetes are like a really, really popular weapon in Mexico. That's very intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. Like, getting chopped to pieces with a machete is like, that's crazy work. Too early for this shit. Bro, it's not the size, it's the way you use it that counts. Okay. The motion of the ocean. Hey, you know, it's not something that a little bit of Viagra can't fix, right? You know, we're still in Gardena. We're in Westside Gardena right now. This block used to be like really tagged up, but not anymore. There always used to be Westside Gardena tags all over the place, but they stopped doing it like a year or two ago. Don't know why. Used to run to the G13s all the time. Yeah, that was a Sereno tag. That was a Gardena 13 tag. Yeah, see, it's like all like low income apartments right here. Got the shoes on the wire. They use guns, bro? I don't know. I've never been to Mexico, but every picture that I got sent to me from Irapuato, like, because those guys, they would send me, like, all these pictures of themselves constantly. Just like, they're like, hey, post this. And they sent me, like, 100 photos. And so, like, my page was just, like, nothing but gangs in Mexico. They, like, completely took over my page. And in most of the photos, they were carrying machetes. Like, most of them were carrying machetes. Send them to CCOT, El Salvador. You went from living to LA to living in a small rural desert town. How's that? Which desert town, like in the Imperial Valley or high desert? The population of gang members is dwindling. You mean dwindling? Housing prices booted out most of the gang people. True. So yeah, basically they just spread into like the desert areas, the tweaker towns. Gavin Newsom, what about Gavin Newsom? Am I like a sociologist or a gangologist? I'm a guy who streams and I talk. That's about it. I only speak based on like my experiences, and I have some experiences, but I'm not going to go around claiming I'm an expert who's been doing this for like 20 or 30 years, because that would be a lie. That would be a cap. Okay. New scum? Yeah, I'm not sure if Gavin Newsom really has too many hardcore fans. I feel like when people vote certain people in, they're just like protesting the other party, but they don't really know anything about who they're voting for. I think that's most people. That's like probably at least 50% of Americans who vote. It's just a protest vote against the other party. What hood was Blood In, Blood Out? That was in Gage Matavia, I think. El Pino was like Gage Matavia. I don't know. I never watched the movie. I'm not sure if it's Gage Matavia or Little Valley. Whoever watched the movie would probably, who's from LA, would know better. El Pino's GMV. Vatos Locos Forever Carnal. Okay. Tres puntos. I don't know what that means. What's a punto? You're a citizen journalist, sorta expert. I don't like saying expert. My ego doesn't deserve to be inflated when it comes to this stuff. I'm still kind of fresh. So I don't want to get like all arrogant and shit when it's really not my place to. Maybe I can start like saying that I know my shit after 10 years, but it's only been like three or four. So I'm still pretty fresh. I'm a novice. Punto, 3 points. I thought you were saying like three putos, 3 gays. All I know is it was filmed in East Los. Yeah, it was filmed in East Los Angeles. I don't know which hood, but El Pino. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I'm not Mexican. But that's in the Gage Matavia hood. Sorta expert. Yeah, sorta. I don't even like, I don't like the word expert. I don't even want to say I'm sort of an expert. You know, because if I go around saying I'm sort of an expert and then I come around somebody who actually knows what they're talking about and they prove me wrong on something and correct me, that's gonna just like drain my aura, dude. It's gonna be a major L. People are gonna look at me as a joke. They go at it with the Vato Locos. Okay. You know, right now we're in Gardena Shotgun Crib. We're doing like a lap. They have this section of the hood, 141st Street, with like just all these crappy apartments. And it's like this loop of alleys. And in these apartments, unlike the other cheap apartments, like in the east side of Gardena, this is like mostly black people. It's mostly blacks in this part of Gardena, this little section. The western part of Gardena, there's more blacks. In the eastern part, there's more Mexicans. But in the southwestern, it's more Asians. Oh shit. I'm gonna take a picture. All right, I'm gonna go through Hawthorne for a little bit, and then I'm gonna probably cut off the stream. Thought I told you this is our hood. What you want to make a move? Anybody knows what movie that is from? I don't know what you're talking about. Gonna get some Goy Donalds. Goy Donalds for breakfast. What do you recommend? Get the double sausage egg McMuffin, the 2 sausage egg McMuffin combo with no cheese, hash browns, and an orange juice. I don't know, if you're a big boy and you love to eat, then get 2 of them. Get 2 orders of that, the same exact thing. 2 orange juices, 2 hash browns, and 4 sausage egg McMuffins with no cheese. There's Fabulous Burger. This is the block I used to stay on. Lamoli block. 13900. Cousins from Hillside 13. Hillside 13? Never heard of it. Your uncle lived in Hawthorne. We used to go to El Segundo Beach. Like El Porto. Dude, I think, I personally think like, that's like the worst beach to go swimming in. They have the shit pipe in El Segundo. So it's kind of nasty there. I wouldn't go in the water near there, dude. That's like the last beach I would go to. Like when I go to the beach, I usually go to Redondo. I go to Rat Beach, Redondo and Torrance Beach. It's clean, chill, not ghetto, far away from the shit pipe. Now we're on Chadron Avenue. This is where that guy, a little Indian red boy, got killed. Indian red boy. He was like from Centinela Park families. He got killed on this block, like somewhere like around here. He got shot while doing a live stream. I guess somebody from like Rolling Hundreds, original block crib, killed him. we got some tags here. See, you got like the move-in with the T, the trays. You got the G right there. Then you got Inglewood 111.8, Madass Gangsta Crip, and Hawthorne Thug Family. And then straight ahead, and like Disson neighborhood right there. Inglethorne. You like going to Huntington Beach or San Pedro? Yeah, Huntington Beach is nice. It's a little bit far for me though. I have a beach down here, so I don't need to drive all that way. But I used to go to bonfires there back in the day when I was young. What hood is that? That's 11.8 Gangster Crip, Madass Gangster Crip, and Hawthorne Thug Family Gangster Crip. So this is Black Gangs. There's somebody watching you from the windows. Watch out, fool. What is going on with my fucking... This might sound stupid, but are these put in specific areas or just anywhere? I mean, you can find them anywhere. Sometimes it's where they kick it. Sometimes it's a territory marking. Sometimes they put it in their enemy's hood. So yeah, they could put it anywhere. Yeah, it varies. Sometimes some hoods, they always tag in the same spots. Other hoods, they tag in different places. Yeah, sometimes they go into the rivals to like disrespect their hood, and so they'll like cross them out or whatever. That's just what they do with gangbanging in California. They have to get a permit to tag, yeah. They have to register their LLC. They have to register as a 1099 S Corp. And they have to get a health permit. You need a health permit. You need a wastewater permit. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. The Crips hood, yeah, there's Crips here. We're going down 139th Street. This is Muerto's hood. It used to belong to Lil Watts, but now it's like Thug Family and Muerto's. And both hoods beef it with Lil Watts. There's a lot of action in this area. Like, there's a lot of shootings. It's nicer than Compton, looks-wise. But there's a lot of action here. Even though, like, you know, some would say Hawthorne's like a middle class area. Well, for middle class, it's pretty damn violent. It's probably the most violent middle class hood then. This is Hawthorne. This is in southwest Los Angeles. It's just south of South Central. There was a gang member in the all-white Chrysler. Okay. Joe, I do actually spray paint a lot. Okay. Health plan. Muertos hood. Yeah, you actually get a pension, a 401k if you run Southsider, believe it or not. But you get the best vision and dental if you run Gangsta Crip. But neighborhood Crips, they get the highest salary because they're like rich rolling, you know. But no sick days. You don't get any PTO with any of these hoods. You got to program 7 days a week. Some of those tags look like they have $35,000 worth of spray paint. 35,000? Where do you get that number from? Yeah, 401k matching, vision, dental. I don't know any other specifics. You got to go talk to HR. Christ is king, yup. LOL type shit. You're 61, you grew up in the suburbs in the shelter, what can you say? Hey, be grateful that that's what you grew up with. Nothing wrong with being lucky. I was born lucky too. I wasn't born like rich or anything, but I grew up in a pretty good area. So I'm pretty thankful for that. Paid time off is a must, but sorry, man. Sorry, man. You're just a goy wage slave. You don't get PTO. Are you crazy? Yeah, no PTO for a gangbanger? Shit. You grew up in a shelter. Like a homeless shelter? That's crazy. You grew up in a fucked up area called Oakland. Yep. Never been there. Love to check it out one day, but I don't have any Oakland stories because I've never been. Right now we're in Lawndale. Well, to the left is Hawthorne, to the right is Lawndale. So like this area, this is 147th Street. There's actually a lot of beef that happens here, even though there's like nice homes in this area. Just placed the order is 17 bucks. Did you tip? Did you like do Uber Eats? It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still terrible out there. Yeah, I mean on Google Maps it didn't, like I looked through Oakland on Google Earth, it didn't look as rough as I thought it would. Because people said like, oh, this avenue is like so rough, like, and I looked at it, I was like, yeah, I mean there's graffiti, but I don't see like a bunch of homeless people, I don't see like a bunch of crackheads or tweakers or junkies everywhere. So I wasn't like, whoa, this is like super ghetto. Like I'm sure it doesn't have to look ghetto to be dangerous. This area doesn't look that ghetto relative to other parts of Los Angeles, but people get dropped here. So like looks can be deceiving. Like you can have areas that have like no tags anywhere and it's not that run down, but it's definitely not a place that you want to be fucking around, you know? And it's definitely not the type of place where you want to be caught lacking if you're an op. Like this is like Hawthorne, Lawndale. This is not the worst area for like a civilian to live. But if you're a gangbanger, like you're a target out here. People do get killed. A lot of kids get killed out here. Oh, you're gonna pick it up? Oh, shit. Damn. Your son is in San Mateo. San Mateo. I don't know if I've been there. You grew up in the hood. I don't know how I survived. I was pretty dumb when I was young. Everybody's dumb when they're young. Would you ever do in-person hood tours to watch the animals in their natural environment? I don't know. I mean, that's what I've been doing. I mean, I'm going to the hood, so is that not in person? I'm showing up, and it's me. I'm driving this car, so I'm kind of confused by what you mean by, like, in person. What do you mean by that? Like, and also, I'm not too fond of just, like, filming gangbangers when they're, like, posted outside, because that can get somebody hurt. So I try not to do that. I feel like that's going a little bit too far, is like filming people when they're outside. That's why I like doing this late at night, because I'm not trying to like tip people off and give off their locations and shit and get people hurt. Tortilla flats and kitchen crips and long nails, funny hood names. Okay. Yeah. They just don't want you to see that there is so many homeless people in Oakland. Is fucking ridiculous. Where are they then? Like, what street are they on? Damn, there's like a tent here. That's new. What in the fucking crack baby is this? That's new. There used to never be a tent there. If I lived here, I'd be kind of pissed about that. Dog, you gotta tap in first before you pitch a fucking tent, homie. Whose block is you on, homie? San Mateo in Silicon Valley. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's up there. Walk around the hood and show it off. I mean, I do that sometimes, but only if there's something worth getting out for. If there's nothing really there, then it's like kind of boring. You know, I do a lot of walking. I get out and walk. But there has to be something worth getting out for. But I will do it. Like, I do that. But, you know, I like looking for stuff worthy to get out of my car for first. Actually, like one of my streams 5 days ago, I was walking around aimlessly around UCLA for like almost 3 hours. Not really a hood tour, but I just wanted to change it up, and like I walked around a shit ton. But I don't walk around as much because I have a broken foot. I broke my 5th metatarsal like a month ago. I'm still recovering, and it still kind of hurts. But ask the OG viewers on here. Like, they'll tell you that I walk around. I went to Orange County. I walked down these ghetto ass fucking railroad tracks for like an hour in pitch black in the cover of night. So I do that. Yeah, it's Tweaker Geographic, not National Geographic. Gas money, thank you. Shout out to Joe Vega 13. Shout out to Joe Vega. Thanks for the super chat, $10. Thank you so much, homie. Much appreciated. Thumbs up for Joe. Homeless people are due West Oakland, downtown, right before you get to downtown, under bridges and highways. Yeah, so many homeless people out there. Like I said, it's ridiculous. Can you tell me like exact intersections so I can like look it up? Because I really don't know shit about the area. I don't know shit about that area. So if you give me like an exact like intersection, and then I'd be down to check it out, get a sneak peek. Homeless people are due West Oakland, downtown, right before you get to, okay, under bridges and highways. Yeah, you know, California used to have that really bad too, but they cleaned it up a little bit. You know what they did? This is what California did. During the pandemic, we had this explosion in the population of homeless people. I forget, Oakland's in California, so maybe you can relate to this. They probably did the same thing up there. In the hood, like all the hotels, like lost all their business, right? Because everybody stopped traveling, and because of COVID, people were afraid to leave their houses. And so what ended up happening was these hotels got bailed out and taken over by the state. So like all these Holiday Inns and all these extended stay hotels and whatnot, they all got taken over by California, and now they're used strictly to house unhoused individuals. So that took a lot of people off the streets, but it's also one of the reasons why MacArthur Park turned into a fucking drug hotspot, with all the fentanyl zombies nodding off and falling asleep on the sidewalk everywhere. Because like there's like some kind of big hotels right by MacArthur Park that they threw all the homeless people into, and so that's where all the zombies live. And then they come outside to like buy their shit, and then they just get fucked up right there out in the open. So yeah, that's like, oh, you know, Hotel Cecil? So Hotel Cecil was this haunted hotel that's like 120, 130 years old. It was like built in the 1890s. This is very old haunted hotel that like the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, it's where he used to live in. Like there's like 2 different serial killers. I think even Charles Manson used to live in there. But I'm not 100% sure about that. But I know that the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, used to stay inside of Hotel Cecil. Well, that hotel now is just filled with homeless people. It's Section 8. I tried going in to get some footage. This was last week, and guess what? They fucking they blocked off both exits, and they have like 3 security guards who are armed and metal detectors, because it's all homeless people that live there now. It's now Section 8. Okay, thank you. I'm learning so much. No, thank you, Rebecca. Thanks for the cheddar. Much appreciated. Got some generous people in chat. Thank you so much. If you're really fucking with the stream, then you should go follow me on Kick. My chat bot's kind of spamming it right now, in case you didn't notice. But if you want to really support me, you can just follow me on Kick, and because that's where I do my bonus content and my exclusive streams. So if you fuck with me, go find me there. But thanks again to Rebecca and to Joe. You the real MVPs for the day. That's enough gas money to go to 55th Street Crip Mac. Yeah, but I don't have the time. I gotta get some sleep, dude. Dude, my girl's coming over in like 9 hours. I gotta get a little bit of sleep. And then I gotta have time to like clean the house a little bit before she shows up. Bro, gas is $6 or $7. $6, $7, yeah. I don't even get that joke, $6, $7. I'm too old. Racist adventures. I don't know. I mean, if you want to call it that, I mean, I'm in brown and black neighborhoods mostly, but I'm not like trying to be racist. I don't know where you got that from, but hey, to each his own. If that's how you want to perceive it, I guess you can perceive what you want to perceive. just hating on poor people. I'm driving a car through a neighborhood. What are you salty over, dude? Second one, you work at Metrolink tracks in Ventura. Terrible gang wars with the homeless. Ventura, like the city of Ventura, like where the Ventura Avenue gangsters are at, or like in Oxnard. I've been through Oxnard, but I haven't been through the city of Ventura. This man is not racist. I have no idea why you would say that. He can say what he wants. You know, it's not as bad as some of the shit that other people have said. So like, I don't really care. You can accuse me of being racist. I really don't give a shit. I've been on the internet long enough to not really give a shit about stuff like that. Hi, sorry, it's been a little while. Been busy with myself. That's fine. You got a life to live. Go live it. It be like that sometimes. He's driving around ghettos looking for poor people, and he just said the hood. Okay. And oh, okay, so like, what am I like Hitler or something because I'm driving around with like a dash cam recording stuff? I'm like a genocidal maniac because I have a YouTube channel. I don't promote violence. Whoa. I don't know how I hurt people's feelings so easy. It's like, it's honestly crazy, dude. That's what's crazy about the internet is like, all I have to do is like sneeze or cough, and then somebody out there in the universe is gonna be offended by it and find a way to get butthurt over shit. It's really insane. But welcome to the internet. You always have people who are looking for a reason to cry and bitch about shit. It is what it is. It's like every single day you always got somebody, right? Democrat states are horrible. Yeah, California has some weaknesses. Yeah, California is far from perfect. It's not the worst place in the world like people say. People describe California as like, oh, the whole thing is like a third world country. It's not that bad. It's just, it's far from perfect, but it's not the worst place. Like, you know, it's better than Africa. It's better than Mexico. It's better than, it's probably better than like Gary, Indiana, or Flint, Michigan, or Kensington, Pennsylvania. That's got its bad parts, but, you know, it has its good parts too. It's just expensive. They did that for a minute, moved some of the homeless people into low model hotels, but when they wind out shutting them down, homeless people back on the street. They always go back to the streets, even if you give them a house. You give them free housing, they just end up back on the streets because these people, they're crazy. They are not 100% their faculties. They're mentally fucked up. They always end up back on the streets just wandering around. This guy just looking for poor people as a sideshow attraction. Oh, cry about it, dude. No solutions or ideas to help these problems. Oh, okay, Mr. Model Citizen, why don't you go run for Congress? Yeah, okay, yeah, you're just a white knight fucking pick me, dude. Totally not racist, though. You're a fucking dork, dude. Shut the fuck up. Night Stalker, who that? It's not nighttime anymore. This Parallel-ish is like the softest dude I've had in chat probably all week. If they live there, how are they homeless? Shake my head. Because they choose to be outside. They'd rather do drugs outside where the dealers are at and just pass out on the street than chill in their hotels where they have armed security that don't let the drug dealers in. Do you not know how the fucking world works, dude? Have you ever touched grass? Do you even live in a bad neighborhood? Have you ever been to a bad neighborhood? Like, holy shit, dude. You're just looking for a reason to cry, man. Hey, you know, if you keep on crying, you're going to start getting dehydrated. You should drink some water, fool. Get some electrolytes in, because you're going to cry yourself out until you're like a piece of beef jerky. Got the food. Probably just going to give the second juice to my girl. Then I got to bounce to college. That's right. We are getting somewhere in life. We are eating healthy breakfasts and going to school. That is awesome. Taking Saturday classes. Ooh. Sounds like an honor roll student. They made a new hotel next door to it. Next door to what? Section 8 hotels? Yeah. So host is poor, begging for money, making fun of other poor people. Okay, you're just soft, dude. You're just soft. If somebody makes fun of you, what do you do? If somebody makes fun of you, what do you do? Do you just like cry and like tell the teacher on everybody? Just, you know what? You should just go suck your thumb in the corner, because you're just a big baby. You're a big baby. And by the way, this stream is like 18 and up. Like, this stream is not meant for kids. This is 18 and up. So if you're gonna act like a 4-year-old tattletale little baby girl, then you should stick to watching Teletubbies. Stick to watching Teletubbies or Nickelodeon, where your feelings aren't gonna get so hurt, right? Dude, and you know what, Parallelish, I highly recommend that you never like watch like a Vice documentary where they go to Africa or North Korea, because that might really push you over the edge. You might jump off a bridge if you watch that shit. I don't know if you can take it, dude. I don't know if you can take all that realness. I think you need to like live in like a bubble where you're surrounded by Teletubbies and fucking Teletubby land, and everybody's talking with like little baby helium voices, and everybody just kind of acts gay and shit. And I think that's the type of universe that you need to live in, because you are very frail, and like, you know, I'll pray for you, but I'm not sure if God can save you at this point. It's really kind of hopeless, pitiful, to be honest. You were just on 55th Street 2 weeks ago on my Cali trip. Yeah, I went through Baby Snaps Alley. Bro, they play us too much. 55th Street on Hood. Joe, you have a good job. Try and get in with the railroad. You will be locked in with benefits and a great pension. Hey, if you find a place to work at that has a pension, that's fire. Not a lot of places offer pensions. Usually only the government jobs offer those now. You're starting 8, 9. You do work for the railroad. That's cool. Are we in the USA? Yeah, we're in Los Angeles. West Side Hoover. You gonna hit In-N-Out Burger? Not me. I have a friend in Sacramento. We're in Harbor area, T-Flats Hood right now, by the way. I don't know what happened to this hood. They used to tag like this market right here all the time, but they don't do it anymore. You have a friend in Sacramento but works for Amtrak. Nah, you good, bro. You seem cool to me. Thank you. You have a long nails disability. That's actually kind of funny. California gave the world Hollywood and many hours of entertainment. I don't know if it's better than Africa. That's research that people really need to check in with. Africa's really a nice place. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, the GDP per capita is like really low. I've never known Africa to be like really like a food capital of the world. I know that the people are nice. My mom's been to Africa. She's been to Uganda. The people are like really nice there. But you know, there's still like a lot of tribal warfare. You wouldn't want to go to Nigeria right now. It's like all like the Muslims are like slaughtering all the Christians right now. It's like, that's a genocide that's going on that nobody talks about. You know, in Africa is where you hear about like a lot of genocides happening. You know, it's a really bad look for the continent as a whole. And, you know, I'm sure that there's like a lot of good people there, but it's like, it's just not a good look. I'm not saying I would shy from visiting there, but, you know, you hear a lot of bad things about Africa. Like in Sudan and right now in Mali, there's a lot of shit going down. In Somalia and Somaliland. Okay, now we're going into 204. You're from the IE? Which part of the Inland Empire, Joe? You love the weather in Los Angeles area. It's almost perfect. Yeah, it's Mediterranean climate. Nothing beats it. But I feel like you gotta like offset the dryness of a Mediterranean climate, and once in a while go to somewhere like Cancun, where it's nice and humid. You're in Florida. Yeah, Florida, I like the humidity of Florida. I've never been, but I was even telling my girl I'm down to check out Miami sometime. It's just like one of those places you have to see for yourself. But I feel like it would have been more fun to go like 10 years ago when I was in my 20s. Gatorade. Phoenix, Arizona is getting bad. I heard there's a lot of gang activity in Phoenix. How much is gas where you're at? It's like $5.70 at the cheapest. The cheapest of the cheapest is going to be like $5.69. But that's if you're getting like the cheapest gasoline and paying with cash. If you're paying with credit card, then probably the cheapest you're going to get right now is $5.89. So almost $6. Yeah. Hey, you know, Phoenix is cheaper than LA. If you want to move there, knock yourself out. This hood is 204th Street. This is where they used to have like a lot of like racial tension and violence. Like a lot of Crip and Southsider violence. They share this really small hood. It's called Barrio 204th Street in the harbor area of Los Angeles. And yeah, there was like a lot of killings back and forth between like the blacks and the Mexicans. And this was known as like, for being a small hood, far away from South Central and Long Beach and like all those places, this was like a place that was known to be like, you know, it had a bad reputation. You know, because like young kids who didn't even gangbang were like getting killed and shit. So it was just kind of an ugly time, like, you know, a couple decades ago, right here on this block. Florida's too expensive. We are leaving, most likely hopping the border by fall. Are you serious? You're gonna move to Mexico? I think you're joking, right? Maybe Houston. I hear great things about Houston. I've been there twice. I like Houston. It's cheaper. But you know, they got the weather down there, but so does Florida. Both in the south. You're in a PhD program for forensic psychology. Oh, interesting. Actually, yeah, my mom, when I was a kid, she loved watching CSI, and she was pushing me to become a forensic scientist when I was in elementary school. So she wanted me to like start like looking for clues and stuff and get good at solving mysteries and shit. I don't know, because you know, like moms, they love their murder mysteries, they love their forensic files shows, they love their CSI, Law and Order, NCIS. Okay, so this is Torrance, and this is like the last hood. And Torrance is like, you know, a strong middle class area, but this is like the last part of Torrance that's like a little bit hood. This hood supposedly has like really close ties to the Mexican mafia. I can't confirm that personally, but that's just what they say. And so this is like one of the few areas, it's predominantly, it's like 37% Asian, 33% white, and like, I don't know, like 17% Hispanic. So there's really not like a lot of Latinos here or Mexicans, and the ones that are here, they're not like the types to be like Edgars or wearing like pro clubs and shit. But this is like the one block where it's like mostly Mexicans living here. But the rest of Torrance, it's like, okay, yeah, this is white boy land for sure. Whites and Koreans, and Japanese. We lived in Hotel 13 months after Milton, able to move home, but things still need to be done. A lot of work in Phoenix, many jobs. Phoenix is too hot to fucking live there. I don't see how people deal with that shit. You just gotta pay a lot for air conditioning. Always blast your AC. That will make it bearable. The world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Yeah, it's not. If you have enough money, anywhere is nice. True. Can't argue with that. But it's a dry heat. You really don't sweat. Yeah, I'd prefer a humid heat over a dry heat. Your husband's still at 62 working construction in this Florida heat. What a beast. Your husband sounds like a G. Good morning. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, good morning. All right. Florida heat is gross. I mean, it couldn't be worse than Cancun. It's probably the same, and I liked it in Cancun. It's either a dry heat or humidity. Take your choice. I'll take the humidity, but I wouldn't bitch out if like I had to live in an area with a lot of dry heat. Like, I'll make it work. I just won't spend a lot of time outdoors, and I won't work a job working construction in a place like that. Fuck that. Yeah, bro, gotta get to the lab studying for engineering. Okay, that's dope. Good for you, man. Dry heat all day. Make this money. I had multiple girlfriends from Africa. Show me pictures. It's nice out there. They just love to show the bad parts of Africa, so you would never go. I would still go. But, like, I've seen, like, Ethiopia can be kind of nice. It depends where you go, though, man. It depends where you go. I know Liberia's kind of fucked up. Nigeria's fucked up. Sudan's fucked up. South Africa, like Johannesburg, it's fucked up. Somalia, kind of fucked up. Eritrea doesn't even have like internet hardly anywhere. So I'm not saying that it's like there's nothing good about it. I'm just saying, like, they do have a reputation for violence. Obviously not everybody, but some countries are just like not very stable, and they're underdeveloped in many respects. Not all of them. I mean, there's like, how many countries in Africa? There's like at least like 30 or 40 of them. Yeah, if I take my money here from Cali and bring it out, I'll be Gucci. Yeah, Mali's going through like a civil war right now, and like Russia's involved in that shit. There's like a lot of tribal warfare in Mali. There's always something going down in one of those countries. It's like, look, like Mexico, parts of Mexico are like really, really nice, but you can never like really forget or leave out the fact that, you know, you got the cartels there and they're like pretty fucking scary. You know? Like Mexico's nice, and if you know where to stick around, you're not going to run into too many problems if you don't do anything stupid or start disrespecting people. But, you know, there's still the cartels there, and, you know, bad press is always going to outweigh, like, the good press. Because people care about their survival. Survival comes first before anything. So, like, when I select people that I choose to associate with, they might have, like, a bunch of, like, good character traits about them, but it only takes one bad trait to ruin it. And I feel like that also applies to entire nations and cities, where all it takes is one deal breaker. And, you know, I would be down to visit. I don't think I could live there. That's my point. You hear bad things about it from other people, or like the news or the media. You gotta see it for yourself. Yeah, I know. But yeah, you have to take both things into account too, you know? Like I keep it honest with LA. People think that, people have two different views of why I do what I do. Some people think that I really love everything about the hood, and that's why I do this. Like, they think I love bad neighborhoods, and I want to support it, and I want to promote it, and I want to promote gang activity. And then other people think that, like we had that guy who was bitching and complaining like a little girl earlier, Mr. Teletubby, who was making me out to be like some kind of hater of everybody, who's like trying to pick on everybody. And it's like, I don't think I'm either one of those. I think there's things about the hood that I find interesting from like an anthropological perspective, but there's also things that go down that I don't think too highly of, and, you know, I'll say something about it. So it's not black and white. I was never like black and white with Africa. But, you know, you gotta be honest, like, there's some things with Africa that they really need to work on out there. It's not perfect. There's nice places and bad places everywhere. But some places, like, you know, they deal with atrocities that we don't have here that are, like, very crazy to us. So, that's the only thing I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that it's absolutely bad. I'm just saying, like, you know, there's, like, the bad stuff that goes down in Africa is worse than the bad shit that happens in America. We're not having like all-out genocides and massacres here. Africa does have that. So that's the point I'm trying to make. June gloom, yeah. It's not June yet. It's supposed to be May flowers. California is expensive as fuck for no reason. Yeah, well, there's just not enough housing supply. There's not enough homes. Too many people want to live here. It's a bubble. Eventually it's got to burst. Like, if gas were to go up to like $10 a gallon, then maybe people would start leaving. There would be maybe a mass exodus. Like, if there was $10 gas, it stayed that way for like a couple years, yeah, that would probably make a lot of people leave California, leave a lot of big cities. So let's pray that doesn't happen. Yeah, with the same standard of living here in Cali, I could be living like a king in Phoenix. Sure. I think Houston might be cheaper than Phoenix. Even the hood is expensive. Yeah, true. Yeah, with the same budget, you could get a big house. Del Amo and Western. Yeah. Damn, I'm so behind. Dude, I'm so behind in chat. Holy shit. Yeah. I'm gonna read through these last chats, and then I'm gonna sign off. Okay. These Californians, blah 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 blah. Skip Cancun. That smells like puss and beer, and take ferry over and stay in real neighborhood in Cozumel. Hey, I gotta call you out a little bit right there, Rebecca, because Cancun was dope. I loved it, and nobody can make me hate Cancun. Like, I stayed at the Intercontinental. It was a great experience. Took my girl there. It was a really fun trip. We went jet skiing. People were friendly. Great continental breakfast. Great weather. Love the beaches. I honestly think that Cancun smokes Cabo. Cabo is some dog water compared to Cancun. But yeah, okay, well, Cozumel, yeah, maybe I'll check it out. Hopefully I remember that. But I want to go back to Cancun, and nobody can make me hate Cancun. Piss, not puss. It smells like puss and beer. Cheap hostel, and you can rent from local cheap. I'd rather stay in a nice hotel, not a hostel. I don't like sharing rooms with randos who might snore or be weird or be annoying or come home drunk. Like, I feel like that other people can make or break my trip. That's why I don't want to risk being in a hostel. All right, see you next stream, Dark. Hope you enjoyed the Goy Donalds. Okay. People mix Tejano people with Mexicans. A Mexican will say they are not Mexican, they are Texan. People mix Tejano people with Mexicans. A Mexican will say they are not Mexican, they are Texan. I didn't know that. Out here in Oakland, around the Bay Area, gas prices are already $6 to $7, and that's ridiculous. Sorry to hear that. Here, at least at the Arcos, we can get for like $5.69. Thanks so much for the stream, bro. I appreciate you. All love from Australia. Shout out to Australia. Shout out to Alex Volkanovsky and Jack De La Maddalena and Tai Tuivasa and who the fuck else is from there? I don't know. I hope to visit one day. I think Australia would be a fun place to visit. I just don't want to like run into like big spiders, dude. I'll freak out. I don't know how you guys do it. Okay. We've done about 5 hours of streaming and it's like 6:45 in the morning. I gotta wrap this up and get my beauty rest, man, because I still gotta clean my room and do fucking laundry before my girl comes over. Oh, fuck. My sleep schedule is so fucked up right now, dude. It's horrible. Alright, thanks for tuning in, guys. You want to support me as a streamer, you want to support this adventure that we're going down, follow me on Kick. That's where I need you guys. Go to kick.com or download the app, look up Cali Hood page, and support the homie. Alright, I'm gonna take off right now. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, make good decisions, and yeah, peace out. Thanks for tuning in.